Sorry for the late stream, y'all. Okay, so the goal for today, continue with the physics and get it more finished. Finishter, in other words. So, okay. This is what we got currently. Well, this doesn't really show anything. This is the other person's physics code, right? But what does show is all of this logging that we've got going on here. So you see all this bounce long, bounce short, all that jazz. We just added some console logging. What we're trying to do is we're trying to take the physics from here, move it over to Foony's pool physics. Howdy, Atticus. So that's kind of like the whole deal here, right? We've got physics currently on Foony, but I'm using Rapier Physics, which is this massive library, and it's fine. You read it as a pool stream. I need to just like get one of those dog pools again, put my chair in it, and then just start streaming in the pool and hot tubs category. People would be very confused. It would be great. I would love it. Anywho, so yeah, the pool physics is not super great currently. It doesn't feel quite right. That's why we're changing it to this other physics, which is based on white papers and is supposed to be like super duper accurate. Right now, the problem is that the controls are kind of strange, but the problem right now is if I get into a pocket, it fails, which I must have just gotten into a pocket or something because it just failed on me. If not all ball matches are matches. Why is this different? What's going on? I wonder if it's because I changed the cue stick. I wonder if I'm not accounting for changes there. Because it doesn't seem like I'm currently at a pocket. So if I just run this, and there's like a bunch of, okay, you know what, this is just gonna trigger all over. Yeah, that was a mistake on my part. Because if I resume it like this, okay, it just freaks out. Let's refresh. Try this again. Did I write this pool game? I wrote the Foony one. Like, I've made all the games here. This one, I didn't make. This one here. Okay, so right now it's failing when a ball gets pocketed. Something weird is going on, and I'm not sure what that weirdness is yet. Okay, balls be different are. So how is balls be different? So if we look at these, we can see that everything is different. We can see the ball is almost right, except for its Z value. If you look, its X, its Y are both identical. Only Z is different. Z, whatever. What about RVal? Context ball is stopped. So context ball, that's the one that we added. That's, if I go here, it's our physics context thing. This is the wrapper. This is kind of like where all the physics stuff is supposed to happen, and then this is going to be the thing that's real easy for us to copy on over to Foony and be like, bam, there you go. Now we've got the cool physics. So, what's going on? Why do we have 0 velocity on one of them and not on the other? I think what's happened is, I know what's happened. Yeah, I know exactly what's happened. The problem is that we've got this thing in the code for pockets, right? But the pocket doesn't know the difference between the thing. Like, we're using the same pocket. This is the whole problem. See this thing over here where we've got resting depth offset by ball, and it's taking a map with an object to a number. What this is doing is it's taking like a pool ball thing, and then it's doing things with the thing that it's doing. Okay. So we need physicsy stuff. What is it called? Pool ball, rigid body. Let's not do object. That's kind of dumb. It's not specific enough. The thing is, with types, you want to be like more specific. I like to be as specific as possible usually. Just like for variables and things, I like to make it as private and constant as possible. You just want to reduce the possibilities because it helps kind of like reduce the scope and helps you rationalize about things. So that's what I do. Basically, don't be afraid to rewrite your code. Don't be afraid to make changes to your code. You're not, you know, carving your code into stone. It's fine to just make changes to it. With a caveat, if you are doing a library, you are carving your code into stone. Because with a library, anything that can be done will be done. So if you change your API at all, and this is kind of like a big concern with a lot of like open source libraries on the web, is, you know, those breaking changes and they release like a new version, major version, like every year, breaking everything and forcing migrations. That's because they didn't write their code in stone. So if you're writing a library that's consumed by a lot of people, maybe be a little bit more thoughtful about like your API and make it as good as possible. Mark, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. A 9-month streak. You've almost been here a year now, and thank you so much. Happy New Year. Oh yeah, it's the new year. It's like, it's gonna be 2025, like, soon. Okay. So, what we need to do here for this is I need to kind of have like 2 separate maps, or I need to have 2 separate pockets. I could do this one of 2 ways. Now, this is kind of just like a temporary thing, so I don't. Well, okay, you know, how are these pockets is done? Pocket geometry. Okay. So, what needs to happen is this should not be a singleton. That's the whole problem right now, is that these are singletons. And that is not great. It's very not good. It's ungood. So, okay, we got private, private, private. Private is good. Not private is not good. Unfortunately, I see a lot of public stuff in here, which is problematic. So visible for testing, those are probably fine. It's just these that are a problem. Pockets, knuckles, and pocket centers. I need this to be private. I need this to just not happen. You should not access it this way. This is going to go break a whole bunch of code, which we expect. So now we can see it's broken code all over. Luckily, Pocket, actually, it's not that bad. It's only broken code inside of table mesh and a few other spots. Table mesh is strange because I thought this is just supposed to be a mesh. Okay, I see what's going on here. So this is just the meshy things to make it visible. We don't really care about that, do we? Let's hide this. And we'll just break the GUI, or the graphics a little bit, not the GUI, you know what I mean. Because we just don't care. What else do we have here? Add cushions. I think this is fine. This is just a visual representation of the physics, right? So, should be fine. I don't think this is gonna break anything major. Let's see, what else do we have here? VR30, howdy. Glad to have you back again. Hope you're gonna have a great New Year's. I'm definitely gonna have a lot of fun. I'm just gonna play more PoE 2 after I get my code done. A great New Year's as well. Yeah, I know. I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to 2025. These last few expansions that have been released each year have been really fun. You know, like we had the whole like inside expansion, which was a nice change of pace. It was very interesting. Lots happened. So I like what the devs did with that, and I'm looking forward to 2025 and seeing what we get. Very fun. Okay, this cushiony stuff. This is going to break. The problem is, cushion has all of these static functions, but the problem is they're not static. They rely on like a geometry, like a table. So these need to not be static either. Ha. Okay. So all of this needs to not be the way it is. Because this is supposed to be based on a geometry. These can't be static either. Which means this now needs a constructor. Which I guess we can do with ball radius. We could do something like this. But then this needs to not be static. I should definitely get a commit in before I do this wide sweeping change that's going to break a lot of things and make it hard to go back. Oh well. Howdy, Doku. You've been working on yourself? Yeah, that's a great thing to do. Alrighty. And then we'll just make all this other stuff. Very easy. This is going to complicate some things, I think. But it must be done. Push-ups? Oh my god. Okay. You know, a good thing I stretched before the stream. That's kind of one of the things I do, you know, like you wake up and you just start stretching. It's kind of a nice routine. Like what I'll do is when I go to the kitchen a lot of times and I microwave something or I turn on like a kettle to heat up some water, is I'll just stretch while waiting for the timer. Not always. Usually I'm lazy, but sometimes. Okay. Alrighty. You plan on being able to head kick by spring? Jeez. I got a long way to go on that. Alrighty, so we now need all of this to also not be static. Yeah, I want to get more flexible. It's one of those things that's real important. So now we can delete all this static stuff, which I didn't like anyways, because it's kind of one of those things where like you import the class and then you've got code running and you never told that code to run. but it's running anyways. Okay, so now we have a pocket geometry that has to be constructed, which is going to break a whole bunch of other things, because now this cushion doesn't know what the geometry is. This isn't a cushion, is it? This isn't like cushion utils. Modify ball, blah, blah, blah. This is checking all of the cushions, isn't it? How does this work? Top, bottom, future position. What? How does that work? Table geometry. How does that... What? How does this work? I'm not sure. Oh, here we go. So this checks northeast and northwest knuckles. What? But what about the south knuckles? How does that work? Let's fix this typo here. Wear a hat? Okay, RPC, which hat would you like me to wear? So I guess this would now be like, oh, table geometry as well. I guess table geometry isn't as bad as the pockets. I don't like how this isn't typed. This is supposed to be like a... Actually, I don't even know what the type is. What is pockets? What's the problem with them not typing it? I see, I see. This pocket layout. How about, instead of setting pockets to this wild thing, we just return the value, and that way I have a return type, and then I can set the type of pockets properly. Tinfoil hat? No, we're not doing a tinfoil hat today. RP, oh, fine. Okay, actually, fine. Hold on. You're lucky I have some of this. Good choice. This is unbelievable. All right. Now I'm protected from the 5Gs. All right, there we go. But maybe we can make it a little more like, it's like a mohawk now or something. Okay. Let me see what that looks like real fast. Okay, it works. Am I okay? Look, someone redeemed this, okay? For the next 20 minutes now I gotta wear a dumb thing on my head. Looks sexy? No, it doesn't. All right. If I had music on the stream, I do, compiler. There's music on... There should be music on Twitch. You should hear it. It's just a little quiet. Oh, you mean like other random music? You hear no music? What? Weird. That's so weird, because I have the output. It's just low? Yeah, it should be on. Okay. You hear music? Okay, cool. Here, I was thinking I had some technical difficulties. All right, so this gives us pockets is, we have all the things with all the different stuff. Okay, now we can get the return value, but I'm so much, yeah. That's kind of intentional, compiler. I can bump the volume if you'd like, make it louder. Also, you don't hear music if you're watching on YouTube. Yeah, now it's really quiet. Here, let me bump it up a little bit. Let me know if this is too loud or not. We'll bump it a lot. There we go. Alrighty. You'd rather hear me over the music? Again, if you watch on YouTube, there's no music. This is like falling off. This is... Okay. I'm gonna get hit by the 5Gs at this rate. Here, I'll keep it down a little bit there. Okay. So this is the return type of... Yeah, basically that. Which is a confusing type, but I just didn't really feel like typing all this pocket NW, etc. stuff, which I guess I could make a type for this if I really wanted to. Started streaming on YouTube again? Yeah. It also means now that there are VODs. So this is my YouTube. I should add that to the thing. We'll do bang YouTube on there. It's to stop the remote viewers at Area 51. It's, oh, the hat? Oh yeah, definitely. 100%. It's gonna help with the FBI agent assigned to my webcam. You know, prevents them from seeing me. Oh yeah, the hats you make me wear, it's unbelievable. Oh, that's why I didn't want to type it, because it's got like this pocket and then like weird knuckly thing I use in there. The hat protects me from vaccines. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's so helpful. Enumerate knuckles. What the hell is enumerate knuckles? This isn't enumerating knuckles. This is creating knuckles. How about we call it create knuckles? Because that's what it's doing. And this pocket layout, it's not retrieving a pocket layout. It's creating a pocket layout. How about just call it create pockets? And then create knuckles is going to be this.knuckles equals this.create knuckles, and we can return this. And now it actually has a really dumb return type. Okay, it's just a list of knuckles, isn't it? And what is this? Create pocket centers. Okay, and what is the return type of pocket centers? Looks like it's just a list of pockets. There we go. The men who stare at goats? I don't know. That sounds like some kind of like Middle Eastern thing, like some kind of weird fetish about goats, and I don't know about that. You're about to manipulate my brain, but that hat, yeah, I know, it prevents brain manipulation. Alright. This is so dumb. Create pockets. And this is just a list of knuckles, and this is just a list of pockets. Is this an actual thing? What is this? Okay. Well, it looks like I wasn't far off. But it seems to be like some kind of army thing. Okay, that sounds really stupid. So let's see, we got knuckles, pocket centers, that does stuff. Are you trying to ignore it? Yeah, I don't know, we'll see. This is one of those hats I'm not gonna leave on for more than required. So let's see, got cushion stuff, pocket geometry. How do we do this? Howdy, JR. And how many places is cushion actually called from? It doesn't look like it's really called from anywhere except for physics context and table. Okay, that's great. It's only called from 2 spots. The shine of the hat. Thanks, compiler. Pretend I'm a Hershey's Kiss. Yeah, I'm basically dressed up as a Hershey's Kiss. I used to eat those all the time when I was young. But then I realized candy's not good for you. This was probably like during college that I learned this. I'm not sure. But I learned it at some point. I mean, college is also where I learned that doxing yourself is not smart. That was after I doxed myself and then I got sued. So, pro tip to anyone who doesn't know this yet, and I figure most people don't know this, don't dox yourself. It's not smart. Don't do it. I know, it's a crazy concept, but don't reveal all your info online. It's not smart. I'm getting viewers just for the hat, not the code. Oh, thanks, D Grumpy. Thanks, it means a lot. How can Americans eat Hershey's? Because we don't know what good chocolate is, compiler. That's how. Alright. Make a PO box? I think I had one, but I forget what it was. Okay, so I want to do something with cushion. I just don't know what the name of this is supposed to be. You know what? This is actually something really good about ChatGPT. It can usually come up with pretty nice names. Please come up with a more appropriate. Alrighty. What's worse? My push-ups or making hats? You mean what's better, Hunter? What's better? I don't know. It's a tough one. I'm pretty good at making hats. Table rail collision? It is about collisions. But it's kind of about cushion collisions, isn't it? How about... I could call it cushion rigid body. Tamagotchi reset guide. You looking at my my things over there in my chat Jippity? Okay. Let's call it cushion rigid body. So now I need a constructor because this is no longer a singleton. A single page app can get complicated really fast. I mean, have you seen Foony? It's slightly terrifying. Okay, so what does the cushion take? I know that the cushion requires the pocket geometry, but what comes first? I guess I'll make it private read-only pocket geometry. So we'll make it require the geometry because it uses that. Yeah, that makes more sense. All right. And now these are no longer static. So we just kind of pop through all these, make them no longer static. And just make a couple changes here. Oh, we need the table as well. I need the table and I need the pocket geometry, and I almost feel like the table geometry should have the pocket geometry inside of it. Since the table, I feel like, is supposed to be all-encompassing, right? And it's really weird to me that the table is a singleton here, because what if you got different it's whatever. Having the table be a singleton isn't the end of the world, because currently we only have one type of table, so I can fix that up after we port it to our code. It's not too big a deal. The pocket geometry, though, the fact that there's some kind of state inside of the pockets which are inside of the pocket geometry, that is problematic for sure. Okay, now I don't like the way that this is like kind of reaching in and pulling out pockets. Loving the tinfoil hat. Thanks, eMonkey. It's the latest in fashion from I don't know, insert fancy brand here, you know. It's a Louis Vuitton tinfoil hat. Costs $500. Okay. So now, whoops, goes out of that. Money well spent. Thanks. Okay, that's weird. This pocket geometry, it knows the type there. Oh. Duh. Okay. And now it's upset because pockets is private. Because of course it's private. What a bargain. I know, I thought it was going to be like 1,000, but luckily it was 50% off. Do they even do sales at those companies? I've never actually walked into like a Louis Vuitton or but like whatever that other brands are called. I know there's like Gucci is one of them. I've never actually walked into one of those stores. Yeah, Gucci's one of them. Because like, I don't know, what's the point? I mean, I do have nice dresses. I've got like a couple like brand name pieces, but I don't usually wear them. Like, you go to Target or something and you can get some just fine clothes. Or you can go to Costco, or you can go to like Nordstrom, which I guess is a bit more upscale, but I still like Nordstrom. Alrighty. Imagine how much money you'd be making. I mean, like, just because you make money doesn't mean you should spend it frivolously on things like that, right? Like, I don't own a sports car. I don't even own a car. Because I don't, like, it just loses money over time, right? Like, why would I do that when I can just buy stocks or something and invest in it? Alright, so I think I want to have, like, get pockets, maybe, so that I can reach in and pull out pockets. I could do a very fancy stream with new clothes. I could. So what is this doing exactly? So it's going to pockets, and it's doing some kind of knuckle thing. What is the point of this knuckle thing? How does this work? So it creates knuckles. So I'm guessing these ones are all separate. Yeah, these are all different positions of knuckles. So it's kind of like there is a left and a right knuckle. Instead of having like knuckles by position, it's kind of more like each pocket has two knuckles, one to its left and one to its right. That would simplify the naming here a lot. I actually prefer that. So let's do this. Rename knuckle to knuckle left, knuckle right. So now it's still basically just pocket northwest, pocket southwest. So what is that doing? It's grabbing the pockets over here. That's so weird. I still don't understand how this is supposed to work. It doesn't make sense. The white hat with a tip on the top. Oh, yeah, we can. There. PG-13 now. All right, anyhow. Let's see. What do I want to do with this pockets thing? Pocket geometry. I could just make it not. It kind of goes against the way I like to code things. Let's just do get pockets. There we go. I like that a lot better. Howdy, Tobbs. Happy New Year to you too. Private pockets. Yeah, we want to keep our pockets private. It's pretty important. Okay. So now that we have this cushion, let's see if our cushion feels like it's supposed to. Let's see. I gotta do something here with this cushion. But now the cushion requires a pocket geometry. I could just do it like this. Const cushion equals new cushion with pocket geometry. Very simple. This isn't just a cushion though, it's a cushion rigid body. Which isn't really a cushion rigid body, but like, oh well, who cares? It's close enough. Pocket geometry, okay, let's get a pocket geometry going then. Alright, this doesn't quite work because... Wait, why is this public? Oh, it's visible for testing, that's why. And that's just pockets, etc. Cool. Yeah, magic numbers with the R for the ball radius. I didn't even know what R was when I looked at this code initially because there was like no comment about it. It was just const R equals some number. And I was like, what the hell is this? I figured it was some type of radius, but is it the radius of the ball? Is it the radius of the moon? Like, there was nothing. Alright, so now what do we have here? So now we have a table. So we need to have radius of these nuts. It could have definitely been that too, Tubbs. It could have been anything. So, I guess for now, we will just have these be called cushion equals cushion rich body with a new pocket geometry. For now, this is okay because we don't have different sizes. And it'll be real easy to change too, because I'll just be able to pass in whatever the radius is supposed to be in the table constructor. Very simple. Take care, Doku. Glad to have you here, as always. So, let's see. This... Oh, I do need the pocket geometry after all. So let's go ahead and grab it here. And we can just reuse that. Simple. Also, at some point soon, I'm going to switch back over to coding in Windows. Wear another hat for 20 minutes. God, it better not be another tinfoil hat. Which one, Mark? Any other hat or no hat at all? Easy. Done. Thank you for that. No. What do you mean no, Tubbs? The aliens are gonna get me? Oh, yeah, good point. That's okay. Who knows? Maybe I'm already an alien. Howdy, context. Alright. So then this dot pocket geometry. And then pocket centers. That would explain so much. Thank you, Tubbs. So nice of you. I guess I need to get pocket centers as well. Now the thing is, I don't need, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. As long as it's not done in a loop, it should be fine. Yep, okay, cool. Find pocket, AT, what the hell is A? Why is K, why are these single letters? Why? Why would anyone do this? Okay, so that's supposed to be pocket, so K is knuckle, I guess. So we'll call it knuckle. What is A? Oh, A is ball. Okay, let's call it ball. And T is a time step in seconds. A ball? Yeah, it's just... A is for ball. I gotta go back to freaking, like, first grade. Maybe second grade. Okay. Great. Elmo would be upset by this. Look, you can be good at physics without being good at English, okay? The two aren't that closely related. I mean, like, if you're too good at math and physics, you know, maybe it's you're more used to single letter variables. Howdy, Algo. How's it going? Elmo is the best Twitter account? I think I remember seeing that before. Like, Elmo is pretty awesome on Twitter. Okay, so now we have this physics context, and we need a table geometry thingy, and we need cushions and other thingy mabobbers. So, what do we have so far? We have a table, and the table has stuff, but I believe the table was mostly just the same as the physics context, so I think I want these to kind of be over here as well. This table's kind of what I'm replacing. You can see there's a lot of similarities. Balls, pairs, etc. Okay. So let's see. Looks like I stuck it right about here-ish. And now we have cushion bounce, and then we have this dot pocket geometry dot simple. Oh, and I just kind of copied over that same function here too, so it's got the ball A, etc. This weird stuff here. Let's just call it ball, and make these just a little bit more sensible, so that people can actually read the code. This should probably be called maybe pocket because it could be undefined. Let's update the other code as well so that it's consistent. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Could also invert this logic and be like, if not maybe pocket, return true, and then do your typical if guard, but it's a last statement, so it doesn't matter too much. Okay, so we got rid of all the cushion stuff. Did we get rid of all the pocket geometry stuff? No, we did not. We have knuckle, which also uses knuckles stuff from pocket geometry. So it's raining there, but you feel like it's not enough, so you're playing rain noise. Oh man, I love when it rains. You know, like you get like all ensconced in like a nice warm blanket or something, and or like I'll wear my hoodie or something because it feels kind of like a nice, you know, blankety hug. And then maybe you get like your little slipper things on, you know, for your house shoes, and I don't know, it's nice. It feels very comfy and cozy. Have I tried sonar, cube, or inspection lens? I'm not sure what those are, Shine. What is this? So it's what is it? It's AI for AI or something? I don't think that's really necessary for me right now. When I do generated code, I understand what the code is. Usually. At least that's my hope. Okay, so how does this work? We've got a knuckle, it's got a position, it's got a radius. And then why do we have weird thingamabobbers here, such as find bouncing, which it iterates over all the knuckles? Shouldn't this be... Why is this here? This isn't a knuckle function. This is a pocket geometry function. You're already yawning at 4:30? You're getting old, Algo. Gonna be an old man soon. Need a nappy nap? I mean, it depends when you woke up, right? I think it's better to go to bed early and wake up early. I always prefer that, you know, waking up at like 4 or 5 a.m. It's just for some reason, I'm always up at 4 or 5 a.m. And then I go to bed and then I wake up at like 2 p.m. I wake up at like noon. Oh, I wake up later than noon usually. You're losing the teen in your age this year? Oh, geez. Well, that's fine, Tops. See, the nice thing about that is you're like at the age where hopefully tech will advance fast enough and medicine and everything will advance fast enough So then you can just kind of stay like, however old you want to be for however long you want to be, hopefully, if medicine continues advancing fast enough. So I don't know like what the age cutoff will be. I mean, you've got people like Brian Johnson who are like 50 something but don't look 50 something. And like, I don't know if you've seen this guy. But not that guy. Anywho, okay, probably best not to Google him on Twitch. He does some, he likes to not wear stuff. But anyways, he looks a lot younger. He looks pretty good for his age. You finally got your miracle weight loss drug. Imagine what you'll get next year. I mean, I've heard Ozempic can. We don't really know all the things it can do to you. You think you know the guy? Yeah, he's just trying to like reverse his age. He's very intentional about it. Yeah, he spends a lot of money. But like it's more than just spending money. Like it takes dedication and willpower to actually like go through with it for so long. Like it's not easy to do that. Like it's not about money. It's just actually really challenging. Because you got to make sure you don't get too much stress. You've got to make sure you have a good schedule. Go to bed on time. You've got to eat right, which is super hard. Nice dumbbell placement in that photo. Yeah, yeah. You got to make sure you get like an hour of exercise a day. But the reason he's doing it is because he wants to slow his aging enough so that medicine can catch up and kind of like you kind of get like past that inflection point or whatever, so that each year you're no longer aging, and then it's all downhill from there, hopefully. Alright, so let's move this find bouncing thing into pocket geometry because that is where this is supposed to go. Howdy, Dan. How's it going? Returns the knuckle that the ball will bounce off of, or null if none. How about find bouncing knuckle? Because now it's just this knuckles find. And then it would be will bounce. What is will bounce? It's private static. But will bounce is only ever called from this thingamaroo, which is really just this. You'll bet 100 that you'll outlive that guy? You'll have to try real hard, Algo. I mean, that guy looks pretty damn good for his age, and he's not aging much. Which guy? Brian Johnson. Alrighty. So now I want this to be, what is this, will bounce? So now what do we do? It would just be this dot will bounce. And then we need the thingamabobbers here. Alrighty. And now I can get rid of all of that stuff from Knuckle. Does it actually return null? It doesn't even return null. It returns undefined. He's putting a lot of attention and effort into it. Yeah, I'm really hopeful that we'll get to a point, where it becomes real easy for people to just not age. But I'm sure it'll take, trillions of dollars to get there. That's kind of one of my biggest hopes for AI, actually. is that it'll help us get there to like not aging. Alrighty. And then we got will bounce. I guess I'll just call this knuckle. I don't like single letter variable names. I think it makes things confusing. Alright. And now we just have to go in and fix up the rest. Does TypeScript have nullable types? So like, I guess you're coming from Java, where you have like @nullable or whatever. Yeah, like everything you can just return null from stuff. Brian would want me to do some push-ups. I did some push-ups like literally at the start of the stream. His favorite thing to say is everyone should do 10 random push-ups without channel points when suggested by chat. That's very specific, Dan. I'm sure Brian definitely, absolutely said those things for realsies. TypeScript has both null and undefined. Yep. I like to make a distinction. So to me, undefined is like you don't know what the value is, like it hasn't been returned yet, whereas null means it doesn't exist. So like when I'm trying to query something from like asynchronously from a database or something, while the query is being processed, the result is undefined. And when the result is finalized, the value is null or the actual value. You mean like, yeah, you have that, Shine, but the question mark is undefined, not null. So for example, I can be like, let foo, okay, that's a terrible example. Let's say I do type foo equals. So here's the difference, right? We got two things inside of foo. One of them is thingy, which is always a string. It cannot be null or undefined. And then we have other thingy here, which can be undefined or a string. So I can be like, you can see it's upset with me. I must define thingy, and now it's happy. But if I do bar.other thingy, you can see there it's going to be possibly undefined. So it's kind of like an optional. You can also do string pipe null. Yeah, there's a slight difference here. So if I remove this, obviously gets upset, right? Now we must define it because I say it must be a string. But I can also do it this way. And you can see it's still upset with me, even though I specified it can be undefined. And technically, this will make other thingy undefined. But if you specify it this way, instead of making it optional, you must specify it. You can specify as undefined, that's fine, but you must actually add it here. So sometimes when I'm writing TypeScript, I intentionally don't use optional and I'll intentionally force you to define it and then just allow you to specify undefined. Can I see what happens if I do pipe void? It doesn't make sense. I don't know. String or void? It seems like it allows undefined now. But you must define it. You should never type that though. Don't do this. Like, that's weird. So if you're confused as to the void 0, this is the same as like undefined in JavaScript, which is super duper fun. So if I type undefined, it's going to say undefined. If I do null, it'll be null, but if I do void 0, it's also undefined. What happens if I do void 1? Also undefined. I don't know. I just know that undefined and void 0, like, you'll see the minifier or whatever use void 0 because it's less characters. So that's super duper fun. All right, you can also do like type null, right? So in this case, now I can define it as null. Some fun stuff you can do. Okay, so we had find bouncing, and we have to go through the code now and replace all of this with find bouncing off of the geometry. So that is pipe. It's because it's a pipe. What if it's not a... Okay, Tobbs. If this isn't a pipe, what the hell is it? Like think about bash, right? You pipe the results into echo or into cat or something. You just call it or because it's the logical or. A vertical stick operator. I like vertical stick operator, but it's too wordy. I like the way it sounds. I don't know, pipe. It's one syllable, it's easy to say, makes sense. The y-axis operator, nobody's gonna know what you're talking about, Tobbs. And if you call it or, people are gonna get confused because there's two types of or, right? So you have your like logical or, and then you have like your bitwise or something. Or whatever, there's like, I forget the names for it, but you know, you've got two different ors. Kind of like how you have your ands, so this is for booleans, and then you have your ands, which is for bitwise, right? So this one here would be like 4 and 3 is equal to 2, right? And then you have boat ors. You don't have boat ors, Dan. This is programming. This is not fishing. There's no boat ors in program. Okay, I hope not. I mean, maybe if you're making like a fishing game or something. Sure. All right. If you have two different ors, your boat won't go straight. I don't know. It could. It could go straight. It depends, right? The ors could be... Oh, but you didn't say ors. You said oats. If you have two different oats, your boat won't go straight. I mean, that might be true. Where's my Santa costume? I don't have one yet. Maybe I should get one next year. I can go on the hot tubs and pool streamers or whatever the heck it is and wear like a sexy Santa outfit. We're not doing that. Okay. No. But, oh, wear a hat? Okay, great. A random hat. Sure thing. Hard to make a Santa costume out of tinfoil? If we try really hard, I'm sure we could do it. Alright. So, whichever one gets closest to the wall. Alright. That was chaotic. But that's random, you know? Easy random. For knuckle, the K shouldn't be pronounced. You are very right, Shine. Absolutely. That is, in fact, how English works. You do not pronounce the knuckle part of knuckle. But that's fine. Just like you don't say it in knowledge or know and knuckle. Or in like need. The history of the silent K. Yeah, why is it there? It's all. It seems like it's always like if it's KN, you never actually pronounce the K. Ban acorn. Oh, come on, Tobbs. Knight? Yeah. Alright, so anyways, we've got to do something with knuckle. So it's this dot pocket geometry dot find bouncing knuckle. That's simple, easy enough, and now it works. A few hundred years ago it was actually pronounced. Why don't they just remove the K? I guess maybe then people would get confused and they'd be like knight and day or knight and queen, and they might be like, why is it this way now? But that's actually one thing I like about Japanese and Korean is there's like the way you pronounce it. And if you can read the hiragana or katakana or whatever, you can pretty much pronounce the word. But I do prefer having A to Z instead of the weird squiggly lines. Alrighty. So, let's see. But then there's multiple readings of kanji. This is very true. Kanji confuses me. Alright, so now we have this part, which is going to be the same thing as .pocketGeometry.find bouncing knuckle. Easy enough. And then the last one, cushion.spec. Is this the one that has, it does have pocket geometry? Find bouncing knuckle, okay. English has tech debt and no one can fix it because it'll break the API. I don't know. I mean, English changes all the time. Like there's new words coming out all the time. I mean, just look at like all the slang from, you know, the kids these days. Well, it's, I'm gonna like date myself if I say any of the slang, so we're not gonna do that. If I wear a tight hat towards the back, like Riz, yeah, that's thanks, Tobbs. Yeah, you know, people are like, you've got like the Rizzler or something. You can't change the spelling of knuckle. I mean, it might be challenging, but over time, like, who knows what English will be like in 50 years. Okay. And so now we run test. You would have thought I was Gen Z Alpha with that one. Oh god, no. No. Definitely not. Okay. Pockets. Pockets s. Okay, now we have to fix this code here, which is going to be pretty simple. Why would it be that? It needs to be R. R. You don't even know what most stuff means? I don't either. I am not up to date with the slang. And that is fine with me. Call it get pockets. You'll pronounce knuckle backwards in 20 years? I doubt that. I think that over time language tends to get simpler. So, instead of prose being like long and flowery, it seems like it gets easier, right? The words get easy and simple. You're so skibbity is a valid statement? I don't, okay. Yeah, skibbity toilet, the whole thing is like kinda... Okay. Pocket geometry, pocket centers. Oh yeah, let's just get pocket centers, very easy. So why does this... Is this code just broken? Was this always broken? Oh, it's... Right, of course it's private. Makes sense. I guess I could make it not private and we can say that it is visible for testing. Yeah, we'll do that. You feel like Twitch chat will counteract any normal trend towards simplicity? I don't know. I mean, look back at Shakespeare time, you know? That language was confusing. Let's see. Now we have to go here. Pocket geometry. So this is part of table. Does this have a, does not have a pocket geometry on it. I'm so glad that this is no longer a weird singleton. Is that a hat or a Snapchat filter? Could you imagine if I had Snapchat filters like this? No, I think if I had Snapchat filters, I would just like, I don't know. No, it's very real. Make it protected or something, don't expose it. I can't, I have to expose it for testing. So anytime I do that, I have this at visible for testing, and I'm just very strict about my code, and I will not use something that is visible for testing outside of it being visible for testing. Snapchat has an app that allows Snapchat filters on Mac. You don't need to tell me this. I'm still not gonna do it. But thank you for the added knowledge. Alright. You can't trust me with Snapchat filters. I already got dubious posters and plants. Spot is real, okay? And so is this poster. Today. It's real today. It's not fake. For now. Alright. So now the code should all be good. Oh no, what happened? So it seems like the first hit is good, but then the second hit freaks out and doesn't work. Is the Mac still real, or is it a virtual desktop again? I don't know, Dan, you tell me. Am I actually on a Mac right now? Am I not on a Mac right now? This is like Schrodinger's cat, you know? It's like both things until you find out. If ChatGPT is trained on internet data, how is its English so correct all the time? I don't know, Kaz. LLMs are just shockingly good at grammar, which has use cases in a lot of fields, right? So like if you need good grammar for whatever, quite nice. ChatGPT has been speaking like a millennial to you? Do you speak like a millennial to it? So why does it work for the first shot and then fail on the second shot? And also, let's maybe get some commits in, because I'm now at 57 files changed. And 57 is more than a lot. It's a lot, okay? It's very, very much a lot. Okay, so let's go through here. So we changed event queue to be read only, and we made it all private-ish. This.table.log. Right, this was just other things. We don't really need that. Sound processing. We don't really need to commit that code. We might actually, because I think I made table outcomes private. The zoom is weird. Is the zoom weird again? It doesn't look like it is. No, you can see the whole thing. The screen seems to be clipped somehow. It is clipped. So that's because I'm on a 3440 by 1440p monitor. So big wide monitor, but I am streaming at 1080p. So it gets clipped. Not much I can do about that except get a new monitor. Am I in 2025 or 2024? I'm not in the future right now, Galahad, so please tell me how that is. I am in 2024 for now. Okay, so then we got this code here. I think I made outcomes private. Update ball positions. Right, we've got to do all that stuff for now. Setups and leg raises. Great. Awesome. Love it. Kind of reviewing some code. And we take a break in the middle of reviewing code to do sit-ups and leg raises like a normal developer. Last workout for 2024? Okay. And now push-ups. Oh my god. Okay. Redeemed your no, I see your highlight there. You can't fool me with a highlight. Oh, the poster, which is totally real? Yeah. You know, it just kind of does that every once in a while. It just kind of is in front of my hand. But it's there. Okay. Alrighty. That's a real poster, see? Totally real. Alrighty. Some broken stuff from Snooker. We don't really care about the broken stuff. What else do we have? Hydrate? Sure thing. Let's see, what else do we have here? Looks like we've got some zero vector thing. That way it isn't quite so confusing. What else do we have? We don't need this console log here, so we'll just remove that. Great comment about WTF is all table. I still don't know. And then it does like some funky donkey stuff over here. Looks like it's mostly just formatting. I should have done a formatting commit before all this, but I didn't. And then we pulled out a lot of stuff from ball and moved it out into, okay, refactor ball, and pull out physics code into pull ball, I think I called it ball rigid body. No, I called it pull ball rigid body, surely. Yeah. Just going over the code here. I'm making sure that I don't have any odd code. Wait. Oh yeah, that broke, and then yeah, sure, that's fine. Going through here. Oh yeah, we made collision different. Make from collision. We didn't really change collision though, did we? We changed cushion. Cushion and knuckle maybe? Pocket geometry. And that's real important because it was messing up our physics logic. So now it won't. What else do we have? This is wild. Like, I've never taken someone's code like this and gone like so hardcore into like actually porting it over to my code. But you know, it's getting there. Like, I can actually see the end now. And this kind of goes into like, how do you get motivation to do something big, right? So like, for example, you'll hear me say a lot of the time, the best way to learn how to code is to build a project, like a big project, but that's very scary, right? So the way that you approach building a large project is you break it down into small actionable steps. Your first step is just get an IDE that you can use to build the project. Open the IDE. And so something that I do to help kind of reduce that initial inertia that you need to get started is I will always have my IDE open at all times. So instead of seeing like my desktop, I'll just see my IDE. It's like the first thing I see in the morning. And then just start with something small. Start with like printing a message to the screen. Something really basic, right? Just anything. And then once you do that, you can stop or you can continue. It's just a matter of getting past that initial inertia, getting to like do something, and then it becomes much easier to continue and continue iterating and working on your thing. Is opening the IDE a separate step because JetBrains is slow? It's just, it's something I like to have as easy as possible, Dan. I like to lower the friction of the things that I want to do, and then I like to raise the friction of things that I don't want to do. So right now in my life, I need to make streaming an easier process. Right now it's too many steps. I have to get my headphones on, make sure they're paired, start up Apple Music or whatever, you know, get that running, start up OBS, make sure my monitor device is working because it doesn't work half the time, launch YouTube, like the site, so that it actually streams there, make sure that that's working, open up my chat, there's like all these steps, and if I can reduce that down into like a single like go live thing, which does all that for me automatically, it'll make it much easier to actually stream. Alrighty. But you can apply that to pretty much anything in life. Just make it as easy as possible to do the things that you want to do. Okay, let's see. Add a physics context. Implement physics separately. What else do we have here? Pull ball, rigid body. I think that should all be good unless we have some weird console log in here. Looks good to me. What other code do we have? Oh, let's remove all this .log calls. Don't need all that. I could, in fact, delete log. What else do we have here? If not, then do some printy stuff. We don't really care about that. If results. Well, I can just delete all that then, can't I? Easy enough. Looks like this one here is mostly just style formatting. You really don't want to do your style formatting with like actual changes. So even though I'm doing it here, this is don't actually do this. This is bad. Your style formatting stuff, that should be in a separate commit that makes no functional changes and is only for style. But do I care? No. I'm just going to be careful with my review and make sure I don't mess anything up. And if I do, well, then it'll be a nice little surprise for later. Am I gonna play PoE today? We'll see, Galahad, we'll see. If I do, it'll be at the end of the stream. I am excited to show my build now. Or it's not really my build, it's the Hoa build from Mobalytics, I think is where it's from. But I did make a few adjustments to it that I think make it more interesting and more kaboomy, which is cool. And my change also abuses a bug. So, you know, like if you play Path of Exile 2, you might hear of like the bell. It's a skill you can get. It looks like a bell and you can hit it and it'll do like AoE. Turns out you can have more than one bell at the same time. You can have like 5 or 10 bells and do 5 to 10 times more damage. Just because, you know, that's how it all works. So I'll show it off later in the build. Multi-bell technology, it exists. So basically my build now, it does like millions of DPS and it just AoEs the whole screen. I can fully restore my health like 7 times with my potion. And I've got like 6,700 HP basically because of mana. So I'm still killable, but not very much. Like there's a few one-shots that do over 6,000 or 7,000 damage, which is wild. But it's a pretty good build. So I'm very happy with it. Okay, we adjusted off-center limit for English selection. For the cue ball. Have I done any of the big bosses endgame? Yes. I've I have. Maybe I can even show that off. I can show how to do it. I don't know what difficulty I want to do. I think I'll do an easy difficulty of one of the bosses, just because I think it's slightly more profitable to do the easier difficulty. And I don't want to die. I'm like halfway to next level, and I don't want to mess up and die. Like, I'm still killable. I can still get one shot. But there's an item in the game called an Astramentus, and something really early on. So Dan, you can, let's see. Yeah, you can do this pretty early, like at level 25-ish. There is an amulet. It's called a stellar amulet. So, there's an orb of chance in PoE 2. So, an orb of chance can be used on normal items to upgrade them to unique or destroy them. Usually it will destroy them, but some items in the game can be chanced, meaning you can use this item on it, and you might be able to get a unique. This right here is like the second most valuable item in Path of Exile 2. It's called Astramentus. The reason it's so expensive is because this is the best amulet for any kind of stat stacking build, and a stat stacking build happens to be like the second best build in the game. It's very popular, people love it. So everybody wants one of these. Now the thing is, you can get a stellar amulet. This is the base amulet here that you need. And if you ever find one of these, don't upgrade it, just Orb of Chance it. So you use an Orb of Chance on this thing. If you're very lucky, you will get an Astramentus, which is worth 100 plus divines. It's worth a ton. Happy New Year to you too, Sam. So, I made a mistake. I got all the way up to like level 95, or 94 and a half. And I've been destroying these and not picking them up because I didn't realize that every time you get one of these, it's worth like multiple divine. In fact, I'm so curious here because I don't think many people know about this. So there's a few things here. There's also this very specific thing, which is worth a lot. God, 60 divines. People are catching on that this one is valuable. Miss, right, I'm very single. Okay. Not to be confused with Astromentitis. This isn't actually a thing, is it? Okay, it's not actually a thing. So, Stellar Amulet. I'm so curious, what is... If I say that I want normal only... No shot. There's no shot. Okay. This thing is worth way the hell more than one Exalt. It seems like some people have picked up that, yeah, there's some value to this. But I'm pretty sure that 3, 4, 5 Exalts, this is still very worth it. So... I'm just not going to tell people about this. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. I'm going to go buy some of those and gamble on it with Orb of Chance. That's a common item? Yeah. So some people have caught on that this particular base is valuable, and that's because it can turn into an Astramentus. I would gladly pay someone... Oh, see, you got some people over there asking for divines. So you got to go here, set this to Exalt only to filter out the divines. There's a couple of these. Some people will buy them up because they know you can make bank off of it. Oh yeah, this other thing I wanted to show real fast. So, if you're doing a search, such as like from nothing, there's a specific item, it's a specific jewel, and it's very valuable, and the reason it's valuable is because it kind of works with another gem, another jewel. So there's a jewel, it gives you like a radius, and then I'll just show it real fast. But then we're going to get back to the code because I do want to get some more code done before I jump into PoE. So we'll spend like another 2 hours at least on code, and then I'll I'll show some PoE after that. All right, let's see here. This channel is dangerous. Sorry, Dan. Okay, I want to show something real quick. There's a few other things I want to show as well, but we'll wait until I actually stream PoE 2 later to show that stuff off. Here's my current build. Here's how fast it is. It's got 2 movements now. I've got left click and right click. So if I hold down left click, my mana doesn't go down. If I hold down right click, it does. I'll explain the tech for how this all works. The chef hat isn't correct. Well, it's good enough. Notice here I've got multiple Tempest spells in the build. It's supposed to be tilted. There. So the reason I've got multiple is because you can actually place them down at the same time. And let's see. What I wanted to show real fast though is that you've got some jewels like this against the darkness. So all of the small nodes give me 4% lightning resistance. All of the large notable ones give me increased intelligence, right? So you can see here, there's this thing called iron reflexes. And if I get a particular jewel, it will allow me to allocate this one here, and this one here, which give me 4% increased intelligence because of this jewel. So that's 4, 8, 12% at least. That's a huge deal. That's basically plus 12% stats. It makes me 12% stronger. I need int, it makes me tanky. So that is why it's so expensive. That's why people are getting like 60 divines for it, because they're doing like a special thing. Another late game thing that you can do is you can get these, which give you extra resistances. You socket 3 of them, it's 36% all elemental resist. So very extremely powerful. A lot of people will be running these because they're not going to actually get the resistances from their gear. Something else they do is you can corrupt all your jewels for like up to 10% of a resistance. So all of my jewels are corrupted and they give me a ton of resistances. So that allows me to stat cap. Is it possible to get fully res capped at endgame? Yes. 75%, but you can also get up to 90%. There's a couple of max resistance boosts, so you can get this higher. I don't have any chaos resistance because I have chaos inoculation, which makes me immune to chaos damage. And that's extremely useful because I've got this mana flask, which completely restores my mana, which is important because I've got almost 7,000 mana. And it does chaos damage to me, but I'm immune to chaos damage, so it doesn't hurt. So it's just amazingly overpowered. And I'll show the build off later. So after the regular programming stream, we'll do this. And then I'll also show like what I do for gold. I need the Benny Hill music. I'm not even like, this isn't even my final form. This is slow. So here's regular movement. And then here's, right, like it's faster for sure. But we can go faster. We can go faster. Way faster. Double fast. Name of game? This is Path of Exile 2. So I've got, I can resize this real quick here. This here, this amulet sucks. I need Astramentus. It is the one I showed earlier, the super expensive one. It's gonna make me way faster. This one sucks. I need one that boosts my stats. It's gonna make me way faster. This is okay. I corrupted it and got penetrate lightning resistance, which is pretty good. But I'll show that off later. Back to some code. PoE 2. I actually really like the game. It's a lot of fun. Alrighty. So back to the code. What do we want to do? I think I just got the commit in, right? Oh, I was about to get the commit in. I guess we are still going through all this. Should work out more? No. Galahad, no. We've worked out enough. It's plenty. Hide table mesh stuff. We don't need it. You see better after? Oh yeah. You're gonna need sunglasses for my build. There's explosions everywhere in PoE2. I made the build very explosion-y. Every time I attack a mob, it explodes in fire in a big AoE for more explosions, because this is the freedom build. And that is just how I play. It's a lot of fun. It's very powerful. Have a good year. Thanks, Hispanic. You too. Alright, what else do we have? So this looks like it's mostly the same, it's just fixed up and then it uses the geometry. Easy enough. And that does more thingamabobbers, that does more thingamabobbers. Sure, disable the tests for snooker. I should probably add another thing in here. Okay. No unused locals. Why did I turn this to false? I don't remember. I think I did it because if you have no unused locals, it makes you want to not make things private. Oh yeah, and also remove the minimize. Helps with testing locally. Sure, we'll just do all that. A lot of changes. I'll just say that. Don't follow my, what I'm doing here. Right? You should not be making commits that are 4,000 lines. You know, 2,200 additions and 1,900 removals. Don't make commits that large. That's terrible. If you try that in a company, your commit is just not going to hit main or master because nobody's going to want to review it. It's a terrible way to actually do your commits, but we don't care. Okay. So now we do the hit thing, and then everything is working. It didn't break either. Hey, nice. So at this point, our stuff is basically perfect. So now, if I hit again, it breaks. And I don't know why it breaks on the second hit. It always breaks on the second hit where balls be different are. Why is that the case? What is going on? So if we look, it appears that our balls aren't where they're supposed to be. We've misplaced our balls, and I don't know why. How is that possible that our balls are different? So, okay. Velocity is fine. We've applied the velocity to our ball, but the position of our ball doesn't make any sense. What is going on? How is this possible? It doesn't make any sense. So it seems like let's take a look again. Okay, so when I hit this ball, everything is fine. It has a bunch of bouncy thingies, and then at some point it's going to stop. Stationary event. So at the point of stationary event, everything is fine. Is stationary event doing some kind of weird thing where it like moves the balls? Is that what's happening? So how does this work? Next controller, update break, aim at next. That's just aiming. Aiming is fine. This doesn't mess with any of the code, right? Okay. So what if we do this? Console.log handle stationary. And we're just going to call table log. So table log is a special function that we added, and it's going to yell at us and enter debugger if anything has changed. So I want this to go all the way down here. And we'll just also pass in the next controller as well. Sure, why not? Okay. We're gonna hit the ball. It does a whole bunch of hitty stuff. At the ends, it's gonna enter the stationary event. And everything is fine. Everything is where it needs to be. So, what the hell is happening between stationary event and hitting the ball again? What is going on? How does it break? Balls be different are because of transition to aim. So maybe there's like an aim event. Maybe it's doing something weird. This is the problem with just like event-based code like this. It's like, it's a bit tricky to follow. So I've got to do like a whole bunch of debugger things to kind of figure out, okay, what events are happening? In what order are they happening? Why is the code doing what it's doing? So there's also handle aim. So maybe handle aim is doing something. So what do we have here? Wait a minute. What the hell is this? This is watch aim. Surely it's not going to get here, right? I don't think. But there is some modification. There's no way it enters this. So if that's not breaking it, maybe play shot is breaking it somehow. How does play shot work? So it calls this dot hit, which calls this dot table dot hit from play shot. Okay. And that resets the physics context. Maybe this is the problem. Howdy, Felipe. Welcome from Chile. All right. Table hits. Let's do... I want to add a log here, almost. Actually, I bet you this is what's breaking it, because we're resetting the physics context. but I don't think we're setting the location of the balls. So why do I reset this? So we call reset. But the problem is I need to call update ball positions and then reset. Yeah. And now I think it'll be fine. Let's see. Does this call reset under the hood? If it does, I don't have to reset it again. It does. Okay. So I think I just fixed it. I think what was happening is everything was fine. We had the correct positions. And then when we went to hit the ball again, we were resetting it back to the original ball positions. So like this positions here. And that obviously is going to cause a lot of differences. All right, so now we hit the ball. Everything's happy so far. We hit the ball again. I think we're good. Okay, now what happens if I move it and then I hit it somewhere else? We're still good. So Mike, this will hit a debugger. It will hit a breakpoint if at any point the physics between the two, my wrapper and the original physics, if they're ever out of sync, if any ball is in a different position, it will yell at me. So the fact that it hasn't yelled at me is a very good sign. Now let's change it. Let's hit it with some spin. I think it's working. And now, okay, I see what's going on. I think that they limited the angle that you can whack the balls because it's very strange when you hit it all the way to the side and it starts spinning forever. So I think that's why there's a limit. So I think having it be up to 0.3 makes sense. Otherwise, it just spins and spins and spins. It's kind of weird. Yeah, we're gonna limit the max spin. Because going any more than like this much causes issues. Pretty happy with it. It's not yelling at me, everything is fine, it's working as intended. What if I adjust the power? Pretty good. I think it's time. I think it is time that we take the physics wrapper and we move it over to Foony. And then we figure out how to make everything work. There's one more step before I do this, and that is I need to know all of the hits that occur. So I need to know all of the cushion, like the collisions, and I've got to make sure that it makes sense. So we do all the steppy steps. Let's take a look at our old physics code. We have the pull physics context here. Okay, we have the physics event dispatcher. This is basically what I have to write. let me double check and make sure all of my code here is good. Let's add the stuff that we need. Console log and some other stuff. No, there was another change. There was like a real change we did somewhere. I believe it would be right about here. Fix all positions for physics context. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We got it. We got the physics working. It's all separated now. Okay. Now, this isn't entirely where we need to be though, because we still need to make the geometry correct. I haven't updated that. You want to learn game dev as well. Can I tell you where did I learn all this? From building things, Mazar. I started off simple, about 15, somewhere around that years ago. And I went to college, but you don't need to go to college. You just need to get over that initial inertia and actually start building things. And I kind of mentioned a little bit earlier in the stream how to do that. But you just start small, start with something really easy, and then you work on it and you're like, okay, you know, you start getting the hang of things and you can start slowly iterating and making more interesting things. So I've done a bunch of development on like the web. I've made desktop applications, I've made console apps, I've made websites. You just kind of do what you're interested in and jump from thing to thing, but you make interesting enough projects that you can stick on your resume and that'll help you get hired, and you just kind of learn as you go. So, okay. Now, supposedly, some of these meshes don't exist. I think I deleted some meshes, but it still looks very same to me, which is a bit surprising. Is the physics handled by a library? No. So I'm using this person's physics. I got permission, which is very important. If you're trying to get source code online, you need to make sure that it is not under the GPL, because that is a terrible license. And this one was under the GPL, so I had to get specific access to it. I had to like talk to the person who wrote it, you know, get like a contract written, pay them. There was a lot to it, but that's the like legal way to do things when you're working with licenses like this. It turns out that in my position on Foony, there's a lot of contract negotiation that I have to do, and there's a lot of like meetings I have to do with other companies and whatnot. Not too many. I think I do like maybe like a meeting a month or so, which isn't so bad. But contract negotiations I usually have to do like maybe every other week, I think. Anywho, this is the physics we're using. Here's a nice Path of Exile 2 filter, by the way, if you're getting close to endgame. So this is a nice PoE2 filter, which is a little bit different, but okay. You want to goof off making stuff? Look, don't let people tell you what is and is not good. Godot is kind of alright, but you need to like test for yourself whether it fits your needs. So one issue that I have with Godot, which I showed on stream like a few months ago, is its file size. It's massive. It's huge. Can I hit that ball one more time? Which one? This one? Everything should be completely fine. And I can even hit it like this, or it'll like come back. I should probably hit it a little bit harder. Or I can hit it like this, where it will roll forward. but the physics should be a significant improvement. So now what I need to do is I need to know what events are occurring. I need to know which balls are hitting, and I need to know all that fun stuff. So how do I do that? So here we have a physics event dispatcher, and we have different types of listeners: collision enter, collision exit. Do I actually use all of these? So how does this work? So this is calling them collision enter, ball wall collision simple. Okay, so how do we use this? So ball wall collision simple, what is this? Is this just my custom physicsy code, or does this do other stuff? Reflects the incoming vector. Okay, so this was attempting to follow some stuff. So we can ignore this, that's fine. Are there any other pieces that need to be modified here? Happy Lumen, Happy New Year to you too. Oh, and there's another thing that before I can move this fully to foony, there's another major problem, and that problem has to do with math. What is that on my head? Ah, this. This is a hat, which is now behind me. All right. So, now what do we have? Redeemed wear a hat. Oh my god. Okay, which one, Buru? Collision enter. Okay, and then we have this here. So what does this do? We have to grab collision enter here. What is this doing? Make sure that target isn't Q. It seems as if this is just changing the collision enter thing. You want me to wear any hat? Okay. Okay. Looks like this one's the farthest from the wall. Oh, actually, no, this one is. Or closest to the wall. So many hats? I know. I'm not even a hat person. Well, actually, no, I take that back, because when I do travel, I bring a sun hat, because the sun is a deadly powerful laser. But okay. Kirby hat's the best? Yeah, it's pretty popular. So, does this actually do anything? Oh, okay, it's, yeah, it's going, and I thought this wasn't part of the code. Okay. So we get contacty points. Now adjust normal 1. And then results. Okay. What the hell is all this? Iterate through the events or do this instead. This is a lot of code. We have to grab collision enter here. So what the hell is this doing? Okay. I'm not sure what my code is doing here. So I'm gonna see. Whoops. And by C, I don't mean the letter C like I typed. I mean, I want to figure out what the hell this is doing. So we're just gonna ask GPT, and it's gonna tell us what it's doing. I really talk like that to the AI? I mean, hey, it's fine. Wait, did I say, oh. It's fine. Hopefully GPT understands I'm referring to the code and not it with the language. Okay. Try out a particular shot without affecting the real or active. Yeah, I definitely do that. The cue balls collider, okay. Stores it in the results map. So basically, this is just grabbing all of the collisions that occur. If at any point the balls stop moving, there's nothing more to collide with, so the function returns null. Okay, let's see. Conveying a sense of urgency is not needed for the LLM. I mean, I think I also have like in my instructions that it's critical it replies and gives me the right answer, or I'd like lose my job or like lose a hand or something. I think I'd definitely say something like that. I forget where exactly. Yeah, something like this. This task is vital to my career. And then I also ask it for a certain... Okay, well I just say it's vital to my career. Maybe I should add like, this task is vital to my career. And then, if you don't provide the right answer, my boss will chop off my hand. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. Okay, that's a little too mean. Okay. But I have read papers or something where you can do something like that and get better results. I don't know if it's still the case or not, but okay. I'll stop moving because there's nothing more to collide with. First contacts, once found the method returns collision info and stops simulation. Okay, so I don't think we care too much about the cast shape. Oh, that's what this is. Right, yeah. Return maybe fast cast shape, which is the simple thing. Otherwise it iterates over everything and it tries to... Okay, I know what this is doing now. Alright. So that's collision enter. What about collision exit? Do we actually use this? It looks like I don't ever use this, which means I can delete it. Handlers on exit. What is handlers? With this step. Do I provide handlers? I don't know if I do. On enter, on contact. It's one of those things, like, you write codes that doesn't get used, and then all of a sudden you have to actually implement it all. Wait, we said on enter on contact, right? We didn't have on exit. Yeah. So, wait, we got rid of intersection exit, right? Console log. Okay, we don't care about that. Just deleted a whole bunch of code there. We can delete some code there. Now I believe I do need intersection enter. That is for when it senses a pocket, and I believe that is what tells us, like on the server, when something gets pocketed. On pocket intersection enter, and then this code does some stuff. Which says when it's pocketed. So a lot of this code, I'm guessing, will become simplified. Okay. Now if we pop on over to the other physics code, we should be able to improve this. So what do we want? Create pockets, all the other jazz. No, I want the physics context. So, okay. We have step, but we need a way to look, like to hook into this. How did I do it before? How do I hook into this stuff? Event dispatcher, okay. So we can destroy it, we can clear it. How do I listen to it? On enter, on contact. And intersection enter. It looks to me as if the context itself is responsible for this event dispatcher stuff. So it looks like it's not exposed. It's all within the physics context where these things occur. And then I think maybe this code can be removed. And we can just always just return maybe fast cast shape. Because we're completely replacing this, right? So then I can delete all this code here. And then there's something here that like exits early. Get fast cast shape. How does that work? What? And then it looks like there's a whole bunch of other stuff in here. This is fine. We're breaking a whole bunch of stuff, but we don't care too much. Looks like these probably aren't used anymore. And then all this goes away as well. Nice. There's still a lot more code to delete, but we're getting there. And I'm pretty sure this just broke a whole bunch of code with like the guide ray, but we don't care. This is fine. Because we're gonna end up replacing all this code anyways. Okay, this is useful to know though. So that means the only thing that cares about listening to the events is the physics context itself, which is really, really useful. So I need now to, I think it's just part of stepping through this code. I think that's all we need. So we have on events, and how does on event work? Which calls callback with new events. And what is callback? Callback is calling step. Okay, so you can call step with a callback. And that must be how the client understands on enter and on contact. Okay, great. This is really useful. So once I implement the callback, we're basically done. Like, we're getting real close to being done. So physics event dispatcher. What is this exactly? No, I don't really care about that. How does this work? Is it all because of where, like, where is it actually hitting these callbacks? Because it has step, which is advancing the state of the physics simulation. Returns any ball pocket events that have occurred. Which is based on results. Full physics step event. So it's returning the events, and it also has a callback for the events? Is that my understanding? For each event, full physics step events. And that's where it plays the sounds, and that's where it does the pockety things. Okay. So that's what we need. We just have to make sure that our return value matches this. But it looks like it's only being stepped. Like, we're not actually doing anything with include pockets or callback. This seems like it's just always blank. Happy New Year. Thanks, 6 feet. You too. So I don't think I actually need this code here. So include pockets is false. Well, if it's false, this is true. So and true or, which means that this goes away. What else do we have? This callback doesn't happen anymore. So other events and then sensor events. So we need to return a list of things that happen. What am I building? I'm taking the physics from this billiards game and moving them to Foony. So I've gotten a lot of complaints on Foony that our physics just isn't quite perfect. And I said I could, you know, replace the physics in like a week. I think it's been like 2 weeks now, at least. But that's because I don't code every day. It's kind of the holidays. So, yeah, it looks like about 2 weeks, 11 days total. And then this was back when I first got started with it, but here's from when we got the contract in place and everything. Okay. Full physics step events. That is what we need. So how does pool physics step event work? From ball ID, magnitude. Oh yeah, we need to know how hard it got hit. Got colliders. That's gonna be a little tricky because that's an actual collider. Pool ball rigid body, that's gonna be easy at least. What is this 2? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It needs to be better documented. You're new? Well, glad to have you here, Shakur. Yeah, I'm the creator of Foony. I've made all these games, and I kind of code a whole bunch of it on stream. So I do the front end, I do the back end, I do database stuff. So I have a staging server to test my code before pushing to prod. I'm running a green-blue kind of deployment thing. So you can see that right now, the active cluster is S2. And I can swap this between S1 and S2. They're 2 separate clusters. And then there's also like a little piece of code, a cron job that runs every minute, checking to see if the server cluster is good. If at any point it goes bad, this switches the cluster over to the other one. So right now, if I were to do a deployment, it would go to S1, since we're already on S2. So the new cluster would kind of like take in the change. I would test it, make sure things are working. And then once I'm confident everything is happy, I would switch everyone over to S1. And then if anyone reports any issues, I would switch them back to S2 real fast. And then, yeah, all the clients are constantly checking to see what the main cluster is, and they'll switch over after like a few minutes. So here's kind of how I look at my clusters. I just kind of have Rancher set up on both of them. You can see here this is S2. This one has 52 cores and 176 gigs of RAM. Right, so there's like a whole bunch of different pods. These are all the game servers. There's a few microservices, but not many. I'm not a fan of a million microservices. So a service must be like reasonable. So for example, there is a chess service, and that handles all of the moves for chess because it's actually quite complicated. There's a lot of like AI stuff that has to happen. This one uses I forget what it's called. It's like LC0, I believe. So Leela Chess, that is the model that is being used. What I like about it is it feels a bit more human. So my goal for AI, or for like bots and chess and games, is to kind of feel like you're playing against a human a little bit. I know there's an alternative to LC0, which is meant to be like act as a human and make suboptimal moves the way a human would, but I haven't really switched to that one yet. The pool service is also quite expensive, but will become significantly cheaper now that I've made this new physics integration, right? So now that I've taken the physics out of Tyloosh billiards and I've made my own wrapper, once I'm finished with it, our physics is going to become so lightweight, much nicer to work with. So right now, if I go over to horizontal pod autoscalers, this is kind of what scales up or down one of the services, like the microservices. You can see here, we've got 35 replicas, which is kind of the minimum. So I could consider reducing this. I believe that there might still be some issues with pool physics where sometimes I need like a bunch of instances because it'll like break in some weird ways, but that shouldn't happen anymore once I finish the migration. I think it's just like some weird stuff with WASM or something, I'm not sure. Okay, so this from collider and this to collider, how does this actually get used? Well, it doesn't look like it ever does. It looks like from collider never gets touched, and to collider never gets touched. Let's delete them. Okay. So that simplifies my life. What about from ball ID? Does this ever get used? I'm gonna assume that it does. Yes, it definitely does. So what is ball ID? I believe it is the index into balls. Zero-based index into... I believe it would be like pull physics context, whatever the balls thing is. Do I use Git Actions for CI/CD? I use GitHub Actions, and so that deploys the front end. So what'll happen is I do a push, and then it will test it, and if it passes all of the tests, then it will do a deploy, and I can roll it back or whatever. I can also grab a list of all of the deployments that have succeeded using like a nice API. So git ball rigid bodies. Which also pull physics context, git ball rigid bodies. This one's a bit lame. I've got like ball underscore, and then I've got like, I think it's like bumper underscore, sensor underscore. Is it hat day or what? It seems to be hat day, Grumpy. I've had, I think, 3 hat redeems today for some reason. I don't know why. You'd have to ask chat. It would be nice to change this. I guess I could just be like ball underscore string, just for documentation purposes. Bumper sensor. Okay. This should also fix the thing where a ball can like get stuck inside of a bumper every once in 50 million moons, which can currently happen. Okay, so pool physics step event. Still a bit funky dunky how that all works, but it's something, so we'll go with it. Pool physics step event. So whenever I hit step, I need to return a list of pool physics step events. So how the hell do I know what the events are? I thought I have something about like outcomes, and I don't understand what the hell the outcomes are, so we're just going to console log outcomes at every step of the way to see kind of what information we've got. I believe outcomes is this, the way this understands like what actually happened. So if I hit, then now there's like a bunch of outcomes. Those are the events that have occurred. So if I expand this, I can see here. Can I just like stop logging? Oh well. So you can see a hit occurred, a collision with rigid bodies, a cushion collision. We have incident speed, so that's going to be our magnitude, and we also have a timestamp. This is actually a lot nicer. Howdy Raf, howdy Tobbs. I like the way that this is done, where I can see like what happened here. And then I know that during cushion collisions, it's going to be the same one both times. We didn't pocket any balls, did we? No, we didn't. Okay, now what happens if I hit... It resets the outcomes. So it seems as if outcomes is just for a particular event, and then it resets itself. Okay, that's very useful information to know. What happens if I pocket the cue ball? I can see one of them is now pot. Can I add a chance that you miss your hit? No, Tobbs, because that would feel awful. We're not doing that. People would think it's a bug. Howdy, Sky. Welcome. Are you welcome? You are absolutely welcome. Glad to have you here. So, right now, I don't know which pocket it was pocketed in. It's an interesting hardware. Well, thanks. I've got like a hat redeem, and so people redeem hats, and then I have to wear a hat for 20 minutes. I think it's been 20 minutes, by the way, so I think I can... Okay, I thought I could maybe shake it off. I can't. Okay, I'll just chuck that. Can I tell you in a short sentence what I'm doing? Physics. New physics. Foony. Foony new physics. Big good. Am I doing programming or pool? Yes. That was better with the hat? Too bad. Alright. So, yeah, we're taking the physics from this game and we're porting it over to Foony because the physics on Foony aren't so great. Alright. Does it matter to me which pocket the ball is pocketed in? Yes, it does, because in some versions of pool, you have to call a pocket. And later on, we want to add support for like having pockets that have like a gold ring or something, like gold coins, you know? So if you hit the right pocket, you get some extra gold. To add a little bit more challenge and hopefully introduce plays that are suboptimal. All right. So an outcome That's pretty good. Business game event like a collision, like a ball collision. Or pots. Yeah, pot, cushion, collision, and hit. These are pretty good. I like this so far. But this isn't good enough. Outcome pot, not good enough pot. This needs better pot. So, how do we fix it? Snooker utils, I don't really care about snooker. We can break it. We're not going to use it. Here we go. If maybe pocket, I need to know the pocket that it was pocketed in. So we'll import the pocket. I don't need to call this ball A, it's just ball. But that's not good enough because I need to set the pocket. I feel like pocket should be last in this. So it's a private constructor, and then we're going to have some kind of pocket. There we go. Now we can grab the pocket. So that'll be helpful, but it's not good enough. And the reason it's not good enough is because my pocket geometry doesn't tell the pocket what pocket it is. So this is the important part right here. Now there's a few ways we can do this. We happen to know the location of each pocket, and we also happen to know, well, we could give them unique names. Like I could even have a pocket index, which would be good enough. Let's do that. Let's do pocket index. Okay, so how does all this work then? So basically you're just iterating over all the pockets and saying pocket. Not ideal, because this kind of forces us into a very regular pool thing. So it doesn't make sense to name them like this, but it is what it is. We'll worry about it later. So let's do pocket index equals 0, and let's allow read only. Based unique identifier of this pocket. I gotta increment it. which works, but isn't ideal. You haven't showered since last year. Wow. I haven't either, but it's still 2024. So, I don't know what that really says about me. But maybe next year. It'll be a New Year's resolution. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. No, I showered like recently. Alright. Alright. Easy enough. We'll just go through here and add this. Clip. Of course you clip that one, Tobbs. Unbelievable. Alrighty. And now we have the index for each pocket. And now we just add the pocket. Which I believe should be good enough. And I actually really like the way the outcome thing works. I don't think we have to pass this across the wire, so it should be completely fine. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Even if we did have to pass it across the wire, we could always add a serialized, unserialized thing. It's a very common pattern. Okay, we have pockets, we have outcomes. We have step, which is gonna do thingamaboos. So, how do I know? I guess what I can do is, when I call step, I just want the number of new outcomes added. So that means I need some kind of outcome offset, which is from step, and then it will only return the ones that are new. So outcome index equals 0, last index equals 0. Actually, it would be -1, I believe. I own Foony? Yeah, I'm co-founder. Serious. So, I get to do all sorts of fun things with Foony. Something interesting is that the traffic for Foony appears to drop off when it's like a summer vacation or a winter vacation. So it seems as if a lot of people play Foony when they're like at work or in school or something. So I think I am actively contributing to making society less productive. Which is something, I guess. Last element index of outcomes in step. Less productive, more fulfilled? Yes. Because truly, like, the pinnacle of human existence is having a high score on the leaderboard of Foony. Are all of the games in Foony HTML5 games? Yes. But like I'll use different libraries and things for some of them. So, for example, Funo is pure HTML5, CSS, JavaScript, etc., whatever, TypeScript. But then 4 in a row is a phaser game. Chess is phaser, Dynamite is phaser, 8-Ball Pool is 3JS, Jigsaw is 3JS. It just depends. Alright, so now we have step, which is going to be oh so simple, very easy to implement. say go do, and step now returns a list of outcomes. And that means I'm gonna have to modify all my other codes, which is fine. I think it's acceptable. So increment that by 1. And this is this dot outcomes, and then we slice it, and then we also want to say length -1. I don't like the +1 -1. Let's change it. I think now I can change it. Last database element index of +1. Yeah, I like that. Makes the math simpler. Will they add an API for Pro Mode? Pro Mode works superb for your prompts. So, yeah, I'm sure they will eventually, Hassan. And I kind of ran into the same issue. So, how familiar are you with Puppeteer? Thing is, sure, there's no API right now for Pro Mode or for L1. But you can always set up Puppeteer to kind of log you into the browser, right, into ChatGPT, and then you can implement the queries that way. And the reason I would recommend doing it through Puppeteer or something is because if you actually try to reverse engineer the networking for ChatGPT, you'll see it uses server-sent events, but it has like a lot of things that kind of prevent like nefarious usage or unexpected usage. So you would have to spend a lot of time reverse engineering it. It would be a real pain in the butt. So it's easier to just go through Puppeteer. You can try that. I hope they don't have too much rate limiting. Yeah, one thing, I guess if you're talking about Pro Mode, then you're spending $200 a month. Yeah. One thing is just be careful because I don't know. This is probably against the terms of service. I don't know if they're gonna care or if they might ban for that. But if I were to get around it, and I've considered this, I would be using Puppeteer. It's either that or you just pay people. Right, so for now what I'm doing is I've got it set up so that if I need to perform a task with Pro Mode and I need to do it repeatedly, some months you spend 3K on the API, that's pretty impressive. But if I need to do it repeatedly, I'll set it up like a page where I have like a prompt and then the person literally just hits copy and then they paste it into GPT and they hit copy and they paste it back into the form. So I'll probably be doing that soon. You wish you had a puppy? Puppies are great, but they also poop, and then step in the poop, and then step on you. And then you have a fun, happy time on your hands. Yeah. It hasn't happened to me in a very, very long time, but I know someone who it has happened to. Very recently. Alright. So we've got outcomes. What do we do here? I guess we don't really need to print this anymore, do we? Oh, let's do it this way. If result length outcomes. Alrighty. Let's try it out. So what should happen now is whenever we do a shot thing, it's gonna tell us, boom, look at that. Every time something touches a wall or whatever, it tells us. Isn't that handy? That tells us exactly what happened on that step. How convenient. So we can get all of the steps now for something, or we can get just the outcomes that have happened during that step. So happy with that. Okay, it's time. It's time to take the physics and finally move it over. We have it separated. We have everything we need. We've got the stepping going well. The only thing right now that's going to cause any issues is that different browsers might result in different outcomes when they step, because we haven't gone through and we haven't changed things to be like resilient to different browsers and their implementations of floating point numbers, which is a thing. Not really so much the floating point numbers, those seem to be pretty good. So like addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, all that's fine. But it seems as if different browsers have different implementations of the math library. So doing like math.cosine, math.sine, those can be dangerous. But we have a solution. We're going to just replace all of it, and then things will be fine. All right, so let's include all of the non-console loggy things here. So we need to include pockets. We don't need the log at all. We'll delete all this stuff here. Make it very nice and easy. We added pocket index to pocket. It's a very happy thing. I don't even know if I need pocket index. I guess I do. Yeah. Because the server is going to want to know what the index is. Let me clear that. We don't even need pool physics step events, because that's a little more complicated than it needs to be. You thought math was handled the same on all Chromium browsers? Well, not all browsers are Chromium, right? You've got Edge and you've got Chrome and you've got a couple others which are Chromium based. But then you also have Firefox, you have Safari, and nobody likes Safari except for people that hate themselves or something. I don't know. It's weird. The only thing I like about Safari is that it is very efficient when it comes to like your battery. So if I'm at like an airport, maybe I'll open Safari, but it is a terrible browser. All right, add step outcomes step. Now I'm curious, when I run this, how does the code for table advance or whatever work? So there's something in here. This dot sound up process outcomes. How does that work? Process outcomes, this table outcomes. Oh, yeah, see, it's tracking outcome timestamp. But it's iterating over the whole array every time. That's a bit silly. Why would you do that? The outcomes are in order. Just keep track of the index. Don't iterate over all of them. That's so silly. So you get sometimes you get silly code like this. It's not too bad because there's only like 30 events that occur per play, but it's still inefficient. I mean, what we're doing isn't perfect either. We're making a copy of the outcomes that have occurred, which is not super duper. You're not sure how you can jump into 3D game development without having to switch to C++ or Blender or Unity first? Well, you can always make something using TypeScript if you really want to. You don't have to use C++ and Unity and all that jazz. At some point, if you're trying to make a complex game, it will be simpler. I like to start with things that are easy. Something that you can manage and that you think you can tackle relatively quick. And so you'll do that, and then that'll kind of give you like that momentum or whatever, that initial inertia or whatever it is, to kind of keep going and continue working on things. All right, now we're going to go in and we're going to delete all of this console stuff, which probably is easier for me just to like discard changes. Let's do that instead. Discard change there. Discard changes here. We can discard the changes here. Discard this. More discardy stuff. More discardy stuff. Man, I'm so excited. Like, I thought this was gonna take longer. I said 1 week to the person because I wanted them to think it was like gonna be super simple. I figured it would take me 2 weeks. It looks like it's taken 2 weeks. We're kind of dead on. So let's pull it out. It is time to pull out. I have to start using the terminal. No, I don't. We're not going to use a terminal for this. So what do we want to call this? We've got physics context, which is really what it is. I could call it new physics context. Or I could call it, You can start by focusing on coding and use ready-made assets for the art. I recommend that for sure. Oro. That's kind of what Foony did. When we first got started, I literally just grabbed something off of Adobe Art, or whatever the hell it's called, like the stock photo. I literally grabbed one of these and then just kind of used it. Now you got like all sorts of AI stuff, generative things. Just a bit hit or miss still, but that's cute. I like that one. Oh, where'd it go? I want the cute little doggo. But yeah, you just start with some basic stuff. Just, it's something to get started, right? It's not even gonna find its way to the final product. But you just want to get something where you can see it and you can start iterating very quickly. So I think I deleted world. Yeah, we don't use this at all. So we'll delete that. Man, this really got a lot simpler, didn't it? So, okay. What exactly is this? The Tyluge? I could call it Tyluge physics context. The problem with calling it physics context is that we already have a physics context, I think. Oh, I have it called pool physics context. How about we call it... I'll call it Tyluge. Just so that things are nice and clear. Pool ball, rigid body. Is that what I called it over here? It is. Gosh heckin' darn it. Okay. Do I have anything called pool ball? Of course I do. do not. Okay. We don't have any pool balls here either. Great, let's rename this to pool ball. I broke everything just now. I love when I break it. Awesome. Huh? Wait, why is it upset? Oh. What? Oh, fiddlesticks. Right. Okay. Let's undo that. We have a type here for pool ball. You enjoyed Ragnarok Online. Man, that game was so good. I love that game. Now, Zirius, one thing that concerns me, a bit of a red flag, is that you're not 100% sure how you want to get started, and yet you want to build an MMORPG. This is a very common thing. A lot of people want to do this for like their first project or whatever. They're difficult. Significantly, there's like significant challenges with building an MMO. One of the hardest things you can do in programming is networking. Getting the network to play nice between the client and the server, and preventing exploits, and keeping things secure, and keeping things consistent is exceedingly difficult. You have all sorts of race conditions and things that can occur because you're dealing with an asynchronous environment. And there's people who have latency and lag, and there's disconnections, and the server can crash, and things can roll back, and you have state management with the database. It is one of the hardest things you can build. Just so you know. If you don't have experience with games, do not make an MMO for your first game. And if you do, like if that's really what you want to do, just know that it will most likely fail. You'll learn a lot. You will learn a lot if you stick with it, but my concern is that you would get very discouraged very quickly. Alright. So what is this pool ball type? Gotta start small, then go from there? Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like, it's like somebody who's like never exercised in their life and they want to compete in like Mr. Olympia or something. It's like, I mean, technically, maybe it could be possible, but it's gonna be extremely hard, and you're kind of setting yourself up for failure. You want to have like lots of small wins pretty quick. Something you could do, Zirius, is you could make like a single player experience where it's like a bit of like an RPG. That would make it a lot simpler. Just remove the multiplayer aspect. Because then you don't have to save things to a database. You can save it to a file. Or you can keep it in memory and just delete the progress if they refresh the page or something. So it's significantly, it makes things so much easier. I think this is also why you'll notice that when people make games, the ones that involve networking tend to be a lot more basic or not as polished feeling as like the single player experiences, just because it's much easier to build a single player game. Okay, so where is this actually used? Okay, so this is based off of ball, like the state. I could call this anything. could call it pool ball state. I could call it... Oh, no, maybe I want to come up with a different name for the... Oh, there's... Right, because that's the state of the pool ball. Okay, fine. I could just call it pool ball body. I would love to make an RPG as well, but I haven't made an RPG yet just because making an RPG, to make it fun, you've got to spend a lot of time doing like game dev stuff, you know, like create quests, create items, create animations, create monsters. And it's like, it's a big project. So that's why I typically stick with really basic, simple games like card games and other stuff that are nice and simple and well defined. Even though my favorite type of game is an RPG. That's why games like WoW will never have competitors. I think at some point they will. I think AI makes it the barrier to entry for a lot of MMOs a lot lower. And I think over the next few years, we're going to see that become significantly easier. But we're also going to see, I think, an uptick in botting activity. So as AI continues to advance, so too do the bots. So I don't know what the state of MMOs will be in 5-10 years. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game, but I'm not sure who's going to win. VR, definitely. Oh, VR is awesome. I would love to see a really solid MMO in VR, but that comes with its own complications. Right now, I don't think VR is in a place where you can really have a solid MMO experience because you can't play it for more than a couple hours without feeling sick. And I think we're still working on like what the best user experience is for that. Your friend tells you to join indie dev groups on Reddit or something, you can't bring yourself to do that? You don't need to join them if you don't want to. But you might learn a few things. A lot of people in those kinds of groups sometimes are pretty... They're like, some of them know their stuff. Alright. I don't know what I want to call this thing. Let's just call it pool ball body for now. Just so that we have a unique name, so that it's not going to conflict with anything. Alright. So now, we gotta port stuff over. Alright, so now we go over here, and we're gonna go to shared. Griefing on a VR MMO could be something else. I'm sure it would end up like a VR chat in some ways. You know, there's people grabbing for things that they probably shouldn't be grabbing for. There's gonna be a lot of stuff that happens in VR MMOs. Okay. So let's just call this Tyler's physics context. All right. So now we just have to import all of the things and then we'll all be happy. So I need collision, I need pool ball body. All right, let's go to collision. I kind of want to rename collision to pool collision. Wait, why is it lowercase pool collision? Okay, whatever, I don't care. so now we have pool collision. Constants, that's a fun file name. I really want this to be called physics constants. And I also really don't like polluting the global namespace with G, mu, mu-s. This is nasty. Then imagine your database is the blockchain. Yeah, that's going to cause a lot of issues. Right now, the main issue is storage and speed. So if you try to tie your MMO's database to the blockchain, it will not be a good MMO. Just because like it's going to be slow. It's going to be very limited in what you're able to do. And you're going to add a lot of friction to just about everything. So you'd have to have like an on-ramp and an off-ramp type deal, and like I've considered it even for Foony, right? Like how cool would it be if you could just trade, you know, your currencies and items, and maybe someday it will be that, but I think right now there's still a lot of friction there. What's it like being an indie hacker? I don't know. I just code and I make things, and that's basically it, really. Let's call it pool constants.ts for now. I still don't like how it's this way, but you know what, we'll clean it up a bit. Make these exported as export pool constants. That way they don't pollute the global namespace. Do I enjoy my life? Very much. I've got a great life. It's chill. It's low stress. I get to do what I want when I want. Pretty nice. What time zone am I in? I'm on the West Coast. Black hat? No, I'm not black hat. Come on, I never was black hat. The worst I was is in college when I was a gray hat. I would say that now I'm a light gray hat. Barely even gray. Alright. Pool ball body. Tinfoil hat. Yeah, pretty much. It's just a nice light gray. Black hat's never I'm not a black hat. That's the thing. I'm not. Okay. So that's pool ball body. We need table geometry. Which I really want to call pool table geometry, but we'll worry about that later. Pool constants. I still do not like this table geometry thing with like these weird numbers and having everything be static. Ick. Nasty. Icky, icky, icky. What IDE is this? It's IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. Tips for passing lead code interviews? Do some lead code. It's like, How do you get better at programming? You program? How do you get better at leet code? You do leet code? Basically do the thing and you'll get better at it. It's like, how do you get better at basketball? You play basketball? Right? Like, if you want to get better at something, do the thing that you want to get better at. It's pretty much that simple. And that can be hard, that can be scary depending on what it is, but like, you gotta jump in. You gotta like until you try it, you're not gonna know. It's the same for like fighting bosses in video games. Like, you can read up and you can study guides all you want, but if you don't actually try the thing, you're not gonna be good at it. So it's okay to read a little bit first to kind of like, you know, see a few things, but it's not gonna stick until you try it. And then you're gonna be like, oh, that's what that mechanic was, and that's what that other mechanic was. And then once you've tried it, you can look at the documentation again, and it will stick a lot better. And you kind of just go back and forth, learning new concepts, and then trying it. You want to ask some questions? Well, don't say that, just ask them. Now, another thing you can do for lead code interviews and stuff is say your chain of thought or your thought process out loud. It'll just help, kind of true for any kind of an interview. Your interviewer is trying to help you, right? And in order to allow them to help you, they can't read your mind. So you have to say what your thought process is out loud on the whiteboard or whatever it is, and that's going to help them guide you to the right solution. What tech stack? I believe it's just bang stack and then bang JetBrains. Alrighty. I'll close out of some more thingamabobbers there. So now we need pockets and outcome. And we'll worry about renaming things a little bit later. We'll grab outcome here. This is so exciting. I get to like finally be done with this. And it wasn't that bad. Wait, why does this use table? What is table here? Is clear table? I feel like I don't care about is clear table, do I? Where is it even called from? It's only called by Snooker. That Snooker game. Just go through and add all sorts of things that don't actually need to be there. Is 3 cushion points. Well, that seems like I don't need that either. We'll just delete this too. Keep ball first, because I can delete that as well. I can delete this, because I know we don't use that. Alright, I'm sure there's more I can delete, but we'll get there. This could be slash pockets. That's just like that. What operating system am I using? Yes. Bang OS. Windows 11 with Whizzle 2. I mean, it's not wrong, but it's also not quite right. So I use Windows, and then I code with Linux and Mac. I use it all. So right now, you can see me coding on Mac, but I'm not actually on Mac. I'm on Windows. This is Windows. Hello. Windows. And then, of course, I've got Whizzle 2 right here, but then I also use iTerm right here. So, you know how it is. And this is a Titus right here. Hello. But now, this is also a Titus. Hello. It's real. And fake. NDS. Mac virtual machine? No, it's real. It's right there. I heard you like OSs? Yeah, I've got an OS inside of an OS inside of an OS. Alright. So now we gotta move Pocket on over. And a whole bunch of other thingamabobs. Matt Haven adapter. Oh, we'll have to pull that out. There's a whole bunch of things. Did I sell the Mac? No, it's right there. It's right there. So I have a Mac computer and a Windows computer. How do I do that? You just do. You just do. What's confusing about this? Alt tab. Yeah. You know how it is. What, you don't like open up Paint on your Mac? I'm on Mac. Alright. There it is. Official. Yeah, it's a Mac, everyone. Don't worry about it. This is fine. I really enjoy this so much. Okay, and we got some utils. Let's call this pool utils. How about that? Actually, I think I have something with vector things already. Ooh, I do not like this. I do not like this. That's fine. We'll just call it pool utils and we'll stick it on over here. And then we'll clean it up. Like, we're not done cleaning the code up. We're just finally at a point where it mostly works. What? There's already a pockets. What the hell? There's a pocket from the pockets. Why is it? What the hell? Differs from already included file name. What? There's two pocketses? Where's the other pocketses? I don't see more than one pocketses, so why is it upset with pockets? Okay. Must be a /pocket somewhere. Here it is. And we've got pool utils, and then we've got some physicsy things we gotta fix as well. Okay, now it's all happy. Got body kinematics, that's an easy one. Alright, we're getting there. I guess we can just leave this the same. We'll really need to improve this later. Pool utils, I think? Yeah. Diagram constants. Why do I need that? Can I just not have this? Cartesian to ball-centric. Is that needed? Oh, it is needed. Okay, great. So I need E, Oos, and Oo. Let's go get him then. Why is this here? Alright. E, Oos, and Oo. Let's go stick them with the other constants. And then we'll just copy these because I don't know how to type them. Great, awesome. Now let's see, what is this Matt Haven thing? We got sine theta and cosine theta. Lovely stuff. Alright. What else do we need? Collision throw. Don't have that one yet. There we go. Easy enough. This is a bit strange. Why is this upset? A variable initializer is redundant. So it's defined, and then rel normal mag becomes normal impulse. Well, it's not quite redundant. Because it gets modified over here. Oh, it is redundant because... Well, no, because there's a return down there. Well, this is weird looking. There we go. Alright, how's it going now on this? Gotta get pocket geometry and more cushion. Easy enough. Except for all the error messages. We have knuckle over here. Table geometry. Global body. Pool constants. Alright, now we just need knuckle. So why is it upset with all of these now? Howdy, so? Oh, because it's undefined, and it's not actually defined until the thing. Well, let's take a look. I'm in the middle of rewriting all of the pool physics for Foony with a new wrapper. I'm replacing it all. So Tyluge has this really awesome open source pool physics, but you can't use it because of the GPL license. At least for most projects, they can't use it. It's a very invasive copyleft license. But we got permission to use it for Foony's pool physics, and so I am replacing Foony's pool physics with this. It's been about 11 days so far, but it's now at a point where we're done with the wrapper, and it is time to replace our physics. This is the big thing. I think tomorrow, or not tomorrow, the day after, whenever I actually go live, I don't usually stream on Wednesday, we will finish it, and then it will be nice and awesome and super happy and great and wonderful. So that is what I'm up to right now. So scale to radius is only ever called in one spot. In other words, this doesn't need to exist. Because it's really just like saying this. Bam, look at that. Nice and fixed. Why are these upset? Field can be read-only. Oh, great. I bet all these others can be read-only as well. That's the nice thing about private. So, like, if this is public, your IDE won't know. See? It no longer knows if this value gets modified outside of the code. So, keeping things private and constant helps. It helps your IDE understand what's going on. It helps other coders understand what's going on. And now that it's read-only, it's easier to reason about, because you know it's not going to be reassigned. This dot knuckles. Does this actually get reassigned? No, it doesn't. So why then does it get upset there? We can make that read-only as well. We don't have this testing anymore, which means that this can now be private. Which means it can also be read-only. This can be private, and this is also read-only. Look at that. Nice. Okay, let's also move cushion on over now. This should really be called cushion rigid body. Bit verbose, but that's what it is exported as, and so that's what it should be called. All right, let's get in there. Private ready, what is this? It's declared, but its value is never read. Right, because I had this concept of ready in the other physics code, and it was, for some reason, I don't quite remember why. I guess we'll find out. Let's comment it out for now. And we'll see what happens. Type and diameter is unused. Well, let's just not do it then. Simple enough. Set outcomes. Get balls. We'll see if those get used. They might still get used. All right. So no more squiggle lines. Oh, never mind. We got a couple squiggles. Yes, because it doesn't make any sense. We don't have everything. So this code isn't going to work. How does this normally work? Where is Vx defined? It's called from solve. That doesn't make any sense. So there's this angular velocity and some... What the hell? This is weird. This has me concerned. So there's a Vx, there's a solve function, along with an update slip speeds, where it also gets used, and an update velocity. So where does update velocity get called from? Update single step. What is update single step? Where does this get called? Can this be private, or does it get called from other code as well? It's private. Okay. That's going to help me reason about this. So there's a restitution phase and other stuff. It almost seems like this is supposed to have like another class or something. Like the Matt Haven thing is supposed to call something, and then it's supposed to initialize with all the values, and then it's supposed to iterate over all that stuff. I think is what's supposed to be going on. So it seems like, yeah. So solve is the only thing that gets called by the looks of it. Yeah, it is. Okay, I see how this is supposed to work. So does anything actually create a Matt Haven? Okay, so it's got like some variables, and then when you call solve, you're supposed to define the other variables. So this is a problem of them using one class instead of two classes. Okay. So we'll just split it up, and then we'll separate this out. Make it a little bit more clear what the hell's happening. It's almost like we want a builder pattern here. So we'll have a builder, which is like the current constructor. And then that will build Matt Haven and solve Matt Haven. But that doesn't make sense. So we're creating a Matt Haven, and then we just immediately call solve, and then we throw it out. Why? How does that make any sense? All these special symbols are crazy. I agree. Like mu s, mu w. What are these anyways? So that's a constant. That's a constant. That's a constant. So all of these are constant, unchanging values. What is m? Oh, mass of the ball in kilograms. Great. The letter m. Amazing. Yeah, that's not going to come back to bite me anywhere. Okay. Great. What do I want for this? Why not name it something else? Like ball mass. Great question, A2X. This is not my code. Remember, I said we're copying it from their physics to our physics. I have cleaned up a lot of it, but I haven't cleaned up all of it. So this is kind of part of the code that's not yet been cleaned up. But I will be changing it. We're going to call it ball mass, and we're probably going to see if we can modify this, because I don't want all of the balls to have the same exact mass. I want them to maybe be slightly random. And I don't want them all to have the exact same radius. I want it to be slightly random. So that's gonna throw things off a little bit. And the reason for that is I just want to have more randomness in pool. A little bit. Tiny little bit. Not all balls have the same mass. Yeah, some are big, others are smaller. It just kind of depends on the balls. Some balls are smooth, some balls are a bit rougher. It depends on the balls and the person. Yeah, okay. I don't use Greek symbols. This isn't my code. I just haven't changed them yet. Let me finish the migration, and then we'll worry about removing any Greek symbols from the code base, okay? I don't even know what mu-s is supposed to be. The coefficient of sliding friction. Why not just call it that? Like a sliding friction coefficient. And why is it mu-s is for table and mu-w is for cushion? Why is s the table one and w the cushion? Wouldn't this be like P and then this be like C for whatever? The code's confusing as hell. This is not my doing. Trust me on this one. I don't really want to modify this. These can all be private as well. And this could be something else. So we can have like a Matt Haven builder. How do I normally do builder pattern? So we're gonna have this be a private constructor. Wait, do I do private constructor or do I do protected? Wait, what, I make it not private? Oh, is it not allowed to be private? Seems like it can be private. Why the hell is that not private? We're gonna make it private. We'll see. Same thing here about learning that UTF-8 symbols are allowed in naming. You don't want to see PHP. In PHP, you can have... I don't remember how to do it on Mac, but you can have emojis in your code base. So if I do like this, for example, if it'll copy properly. But you can't do it in TypeScript. Just thank God for that. A sad face? No, we don't want emojis in our names. Come on, please. Please. But if this was PHP, you'd be allowed to do that. All right. So then we have builds. And we're going to have I guess down at the bottom we can have it. And now we have this part here. Which is all of our constants. These variable names are scary. They are scary. 8-ball pool looks done on the site. Yeah, I'm redoing it for performance. Weird sound effects. Okay. I'm not gonna tell the sound people that. I feel kind of like the builder pattern is just still not great. Yeah, I think it's still overcomplicating things. Let's not do the builder pattern. It's just too many lines of code. Let's do it the other way instead. We'll have a private constructor where you gotta define all that stuff and you gotta solve it. And so we'll have solve and we'll have physics constants. Builders are a lot of work without a lot of return on investment. They are. All right. I don't like these constants. So let's make them less dumb. What the hell is M? Radius, and what is EE? Restitution. What is mu S? Okay. Well, I still have to define all of the other things. But at least now it's all private. why is it capital M? Okay, that's weird. Oh wait, I need to do it this way. So all of these values need to be defined there as well. And then cushion sliding friction. There we go. And now it's matthaven.solve. Which I guess returns this now. Oh. Come on, define all the stuff. Well, that looks like shit. Let's make it look a bit less like shit. And now this is static. If you construct your object with the builder, each param is explicit. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, in TypeScript, you can get around that by just using an object. Like this. There's a couple other reasons to use a builder pattern. Like I use a builder pattern, I believe, for the awarder for medals, because it ends up being a simpler thing where you're just adding each user and then it like builds it. And then like in broadcast sender, because it's also kind of complex where you're like adding a whole bunch of packets and then you're sending them all out. After a while, I also use a builder pattern, but I think that's about like the only two builders in all of Foony. Just because most of the time the builder pattern just ends up being a bit more complicated and doesn't really give you a whole bunch of usefulness. So I think this is now upset because these are private. These need to be proper Java doc things like this. Otherwise it doesn't show up. Well, I guess it does, but it should be consistent with the rest of the code. I guess I need to expose these. I still don't like these weird things. It should be like angular velocity x or angular velocity and then be like an object with XYZ or something. And what the hell is the freaking fee doing here? Okay. And you get like the weird delta p. I'm not even sure what p is. So I gotta clean that up, but we'll do that later. What about this? Why is phi upset? Phi is not defined. Are you kidding me? Okay, where is this defined? So it's assigned there. Okay. I can't just make them undefined, because then it gets upset. You already perfected your technique? Too bad. We're making good physics. Good physics time. So let's see, it's upset because in update velocity, we need to have phi. And where the heck is phi defined? Update slip speed and angles, which happens at updates single step. Which comes from compression phase and restitution phase. Which happens here. So the first thing that happens is it goes through here, and then it goes update single step. So it guarantees then that we're not calling phi prematurely. Well, if that's the case, we can just set it to 0. Oh wow, now it works. Okay, p and I. They're already set to 0, so this is now fine. This can be removed. WZI, where's WZI? What is WZI? Oh, it's also set to 0. Okay, great. A little bit simpler there. Okay, Matt Haven is now happy. Is the rest of the code also happy still? Looks that way. Happy New Year. Thanks, Algo. Happy New Year to you too. I think we're doing pretty good. It works. Now we have to like actually use the new thing. So now, I'm gonna do a commit. This is it. This is all we need. This is our physics. Physics is done. Kind of. It's in the code base. And it's one step closer. So at this point, I can probably just take the pull physics context. Solve physics. No, not quite. But we did get some interesting work done. Okay, so this is pull add Tyler's physics. I'm not going to push it quite just yet. So now we have to use it. So what all does this entail? So a bunch of stuff is going to break. So all the places I've got my current pool physics context needs to now be the new one. So let's see here. And this actually becomes way simpler too. So this is now going to be Tyler's physics context. which I believe doesn't have any context to it. Because we don't need it anymore. We delete all of this. We don't need to clean anything up anymore. So that goes away. We don't have to destroy the physics context anymore. There's nothing to destroy. There's no cleanup necessary. So all of that goes away as well. Alright, what else do we have? Get ball rigid bodies. I guess it's just get balls. Or just pool ball body. Yep, it is. This code gets weird because I don't know how to do this. I forget. It's like physics.hit or something. Physics. Okay, I guess it's not physics.hit. Is it cue ball? Hits. Which I'm not 100% sure what needs to be here, so it's like the angle, the power, the English. Do I have a comment explaining this? I do. The angle is the direction the cue stick is pointing on the unit circle. God, I love comments. Okay. So what do I know about this shot impulse? Part of calculate turn end. Which would be here. Angle in radians. Hey, that's simple. So we just have to pass that on down instead of doing some funky stuff with this impulse. So how does this work? We just have light, which is no longer a thing because it's all light now. So I like the way that gets simplified. I sure heckin' do. We have magnitude and we have angle radians. Oh, that's really nice. I love how simple that is. So that means I can just keep angle radians and I can have magnitude. Now we are gonna have to fix up the pool bots because I don't know what the transition is for power. I didn't check the numbers, so it might be that the power number is way different. So actually let me add a to-do for this. Okay, our magnitude 1 and 1.5. IDK what's... Oh, there we go. We already solved it, actually. The power of the hit, usually in the range 0 to 150 times R. Well, if I know what that is, I can just figure out the conversion. So if R is 0.032575 times 150, it goes up to about 5. That's not too bad. So then, what is our current max magnitude? Apply impulse. Must be this. What's our impulse? Apply Q impulse. Okay, so that comes from apply Q impulse. Alright, which must come from here. So that comes from whatever the impulse is here. Great. So we have an angle, and we have a magnitude. Because the server will ban us if we send a magnitude that's impossible. Oh, that's fun! I forgot that I implemented that. Great. Okay. And what is the maximum magnitude? Uh-huh. Well, apparently it goes up to 2. Velocity times ball mass. Okay, what is the max? What is the ball mass? I'm not actually sure. Q max force 8. Okay, we're just gonna have to modify some things. Anti-cheat goes hard? Yeah. Foony is anti-cheat. It exists. It's not great, but it does exist. Okay, so I want to change this Q max force, and I want it to like, I like how it used to go to 11. Okay, but the power here needs to be different. .9125. We'll just add a little bit of a comment explaining what that is. Alright, so we have a magnitude and we have angle radians. But I'm not sure how hard a 1 and a 1.5 is actually on this code here. I guess we'll just try it and see. So let's see. Pick from pool shot, impulse, and point. Why do we have all this bullshit? Okay. Right. Of course. This will be fun. So I believe I send this code. I believe this gets sent over the wire or something. So if I go to pool types, and I go down here, yeah, I do some funky stuff. Oh, actually, I see force. Well, okay, no, that's not helpful enough. Full turn ends. It's a game state. Where's the thingy where you send the thing? Alright, let's just look at the server. Here we go. Yeah, pick impulse and point. So it only sends impulse and point, which is all it needs. But I don't support that. Awesome. Super duper awesome. The reason this is awesome is because it's not going to be backwards compatible with the current code. So whenever I deploy this, I will break pool. So that's super duper fun. I love how it's just gonna like break, which is so super great. Really so awesome. All right. Okay. So what I think I'm gonna do for the English is I want to cap it out at 0.3 because that's about, like, any more than that and the ball will just kind of keep spinning for a very long time. So I don't want that. Yeah, there we go. And now we don't need the point anymore, we don't need the impulse anymore, we'll just delete all of it. So Q angle radians, magnitude, English. Awesome. Well now, well that's interesting, we used to get the magnitude by grabbing the hypotenuse of the impulse. I wonder. We could keep what we have. Kind of. It's too much a pain. It's much simpler to work with aim and these other things. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Hacker detected. Bad user. Magnitude, English. What else is this? Oh yeah. I don't really need this anymore either. So this code goes away because this was just me allowing, like, it was tricky because I had like an impulse and a point and I didn't know like where the cue ball was and other stuff, and so I had to like figure out like the distance because I didn't know, like, yeah, it just goes away. It gets simple. Easy. So what do we need here now? Force, impulse, and point. What do we have for impulse and point? I feel like I want not that. I want not that. Instead, I want the angle, the power, and the English. And English is only going to have an X and a Y component. Wait, why does it have a Z component? Because I thought you play it like... It has a 3 thing on there. Does it actually use all of it? Offset. X, Y. Why is it X, Y, 0? That's a vector 2. Why does it have a z component? That's so weird. I don't know. Well, it doesn't make sense to have a z component for the English, right? Because the way you select your English is on an x and a y grid. So there shouldn't be any sense of having it be a vector 3. So that's fine. We'll have only the x and the y, and we'll always zero out the z for this thing. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just guarantee that it's 0, just in case. So we don't have impulse anymore. We have angle, power, and English. Angle of the cue stick. I can move this. I can make it like shot, which could be like shot on the turn. So then you'd have that, you'd have, I guess, magnitude. Let's see, what do we name these exactly? I want to keep the same names. Angle radians, magnitude, English. So this would be a 3 pi over 2. Oh wait, no. Up to 2 pi. Yeah, up to 2 pi. But not reaching 2 pi. No, it should just be the x and the y for penguins. Alright. Anywho. I've been doing this way longer than I meant to. Magnitude of the shots and range 0, 125. So I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna switch over to Path of Exile. And then yeah, we'll stream a bit of Path of Exile. I want to show you my build as it's coming along. Alrighty. Let me switch on over. Okay. Should be updated. The stream location. I didn't change the title, but that's fine. Should be PoE2 now. Alright. So I'm not going to play for too long while streaming because I've been going for quite a while and whatnot. But I'll show you the build as it's coming along. I'll do a quick map or 2 or 3 or whatever. It's getting strong. The build is getting very strong. If you got any questions about the build or like how it works, let me know. I'd be happy to answer them. So I got to this point now where I can start running these like delirious maps. So there's this thing over here when you start doing like end game for bosses, and you get the delirium skill points. And the way you get this is you have to beat the boss, which is like 15 waves in delirium. It's actually quite hard. The breach one was really easy. That was like, just you kill the boss, it's just like GG. But the delirium one, I find you take a lot of damage really fast. So if you don't have like 7k HP or ways to regenerate your HP super fast, then you can kind of get one shot. So now I can run these maps with delirium on them, and I kind of find them as I play. Like, on death is still like the most dangerous thing ever. But you can see, like, I just picked up a map with some delirium on it, and it's just kind of random. So that particular passive is fantastic. You get so much gold, or currency items. So now as I run through here, I'll start getting like delirium splinters, and each splinter is like over 1 exalt in value. Usually when I run a map, I get like 30-40 exalts, I think, roughly. See, there we go. Simulacrum Splinter, that's what I need. And my current goal is to get an Astramentus. It's like the best amulet in the game. I don't know if I'll craft it first, or get enough currency to actually buy it. And actually something else I need to do is some trading. I've been saving up my currency because I did a whole bunch of trading earlier. It's how I got enough to purchase my mana flask. It was like 30 divines. But I'll show you my trades and how I make a ridiculous amount on PoE. But the mobs are kinda hard when you do a lot of delirium. I find myself still getting one shot. Like, I'd already be level 95 if I didn't die. Most of my deaths come from on death, which I think is a stupid mechanic. Probably because I die a lot. Alrighty. Something else I really want to see is I want to see more like open maps. I think those are like my favorite by far. On death is a common complaint. Yeah, it's the worst. Well, almost the worst. There's this one map, I believe it's called Augury, and there's like a wheel that you have to pull. There's like 3 of them. Each one takes like 6 seconds, and it locks you in place, so you can't roll out of it, you can't cancel it. So I have died like 5 times, at least, just because I'm stuck in an animation and I get like 1 or 2 mobs just whacking me, and I can't attack them, and there's nothing I can do, and I just die. So here's the build. You can see there, boom, damaged and dead. That's how you do it. That's how you do the bosses, right there. Super overpowered. Double bell is disgusting. It's something that most people don't know you can do. And I'm pretty sure it's a bug. Like, it's not intentional. It's clever use of game mechanics. I also do it for my movements. So I'll bind 2 separate levels, a high level and a low level, of my movement skill. So you can see here my mana doesn't go down. Oh, wait a minute. Y'all can't see the whole screen. Let me fix that real fast. We'll go about here-ish. Okay, that's good enough. I should probably make it so that I have it at 1080p and then you can't tell that it's like this. Oh shit. Crazy damage. Oh yeah, let me also modify my sound real fast here, because there's no, like, basically no audio. Now you might be able to hear it a little bit at least. Let me know if it's too loud. This is one of I'd say most people's favorite mechanics, this breach thing, because you just explode everything ever. And it's super great on large open maps. It's a ton of fun. But this is where the build really shines, is just in its movement speed and just kind of absolutely wrecking breaches like this. You don't hear it at all? Okay, I'll fix it in a sec. So let's try doing application game capture. And we'll do Path of Exile. We'll see if that works. Let me change it to be 1080p. Oh, but it's gonna be tiny, isn't it? Oh god. Ah! Oh, now I can't read anything. Hold on. Well, if I make it 1080, okay, so 1920 by 1080, that's basically the same as this, I think, possibly. Almost. Then I just move this on down. Somewhere around there-ish. Cancel that. Why is it doing this resolution? Let me fix it real fast. 1920, so what is that? Let me see. (1920 divided by 1080, 1.7 repeating. And this one is... yeah, it's the same one. So that should be good. Maybe it's like stretchy or something. So let's just modify it then. How do I set the resolution of this? Edit transform. Let's do 1920 by 1080 would be 2160. There we go. Now it looks right. Let me see if the audio is working now. I think I have to do a separate one for that. So we'll do audio input capture, I think. Oh, application audio capture. We'll do that one. One sec. Okay. Can you hear it now? So let me know if it's too loud. You can hear it all the time? Wait, you can hear the game? I should be able to hear it now, but I don't know if you could hear it before. You hear it now? Cool. Oh, you heard the game before? Odd. Alright, let me know if you just, like, hear it twice or something, I guess. I'll try to fix it up later. So I don't even really pick up the uniques anymore. Unless they're like a good one, because they're only worth like a chance shard. It's not worth my time like disenchanting them. And now we're just running over and we kill the last mob. And we try not to die. The double bell is just nasty. And mostly I just vendor stuff, but sometimes I'll get something nice. I've actually found a few items worth a couple divine. I'll just get rid of some items here. Nothing great. Something else I like doing is I'll take these and I'll just kind of like boost them super high. Delirious maps are my favorite. But they're very dangerous. Oh yeah, I can show you a boss real fast too. So I'm just gonna do like an easy one. So we'll just do this one here. And the reason I want to do the easy one is because mathematically the loot is better, I think. So if you do a low difficulty, you have a 15% chance of getting Hands of Wisdom in Action. That's the gloves I'm wearing right now. These are really good and they're worth like 7 divine. So that on average you'll come out ahead just if you get those. However, if you run this at a higher difficulty, then your chance drops from 15 to 13%. And in its place, you can get a nice gem. Or like some useless chest piece. The gem is okay, and I think is worth like a divine. But, actually, I'd have to run the numbers again. I have to double check and make sure that this is actually optimal. Because it only goes from 15 to 13, so it's worth 7, right? So you got 2% times 7 divines. So 2 times 7 is like 14, right? Or you have like a 15, is it 15? No, I think it's less than 15% chance. It might be 15. At a 1 divine gem, so it's way harder, higher chance of dying. Loot is about the same. But yeah, this is my build. It's kind of OP. In fact, I don't even have to use the high level skill, I just like do the low level one so I don't lose mana. You can kind of run ahead here a little bit. But you kind of get stuck. Oh, okay, maybe let's not do that. I think that might be how you run out of time, is if you don't kill them too quick. But this is like one of the easiest bosses. It's also the most accessible. There's a couple others, like there's this one I want to do, and I can do it soon. Like you get it from rituals, which is another endgame mechanic. But it's extremely expensive. So then I pop my buff here for the boss. And we wait. And then we kill. And the boss is dead. And nothing good. Wait, what? Oh, wait, it doesn't even show up. I still want it, even if it's not worth much. But, yeah, there you go. That's a boss. That's how you kill it. It's super easy. This build is OP. If you'd like, I can show you the boss on a higher difficulty. But, I might die. And we go here, and we go here. I like this setup here, because you get like a ton of breaches sometimes. And I think it gives you like the most fragments. Let's see, Beyond Reach. Is that better or worse than the one I currently have? Let's see, which one is it? The Quiver, right? Oh yeah, it's not equipable. So I've got 30, 13. And then that's 12%. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure which one's better. We'll just vendor it. Alright. Do we have anything good here? Not really. Alright, but my inventory is getting like super full of breaches, of breach rings. So I'm gonna go ahead and we'll try Gamba. Sometimes you'll get really lucky and you'll get one that's worth like a couple divine. And for this build in particular, the best build requires breach rings. Because you can get like tons of plus mana and plus attributes. The reason to use breach rings is for the attribute stacking. So now we just go through, find all of the ones that are completely sucktastic and completely worthless. So I consider it worthless if it's got like one bad roll on it. Just kind of how it is. Now you can re-roll them. You can do like chaos, but I don't want to waste any chaos on them. Unless it's like basically perfect except for like one bad one or something. Alrighty. I'll show y'all how to do the re-roll thing. That's so close to being good, it's just... It's almost worth a chaos. Like, it's got a good rarity on it. And it's got prefix rarity, and that's important because I need all three suffixes to be like int, dex, attributes. Or strength. Let's see. Alright, let's do some Gamba. Are there character level restrictions on using the market? So there's two markets in the game. You've got the currency market and you've got the just trading on the website. Anybody can trade on the website, but you have to finish the campaign one time to unlock currency trading, and I'll show you why currency trading is so valuable here. So I can take these divines and I can trade them to, like, let's say exalted orbs, or I can trade them to this item here, or perfect jeweler's orbs. Now ideally I could do perfect jewelers because you can see here there's a nice margin 28 to 29, right? Like that's multiple percents. That's huge. And what's great about Divine to Perfect Jewelers is it's very cheap. It doesn't break your bank. However, if you have gold to spare, or if you don't have a ton of gold, like a ton of currency items, the best thing to do is exalts. So there's this really great trade I'm going to show, and hopefully it works. So let's take our divines. You don't want to hold your currency in exalted orbs because over time, the ratio is getting worse and worse and worse. Exalts are becoming more worthless and divines are keeping their value pretty well. So that's why whenever I'm not playing, I tend to keep my currency in divines. However, the best way for me to make gold, if I don't have a lot, is to do this conversion here. So we've got some at 123, some at 124. I don't want to miss this, so we're just going to sell them cheap at 123. So that means I need 1353. Actually, no, we're going to go higher. We're going to do 124. This might take a second to fill. It's a very hot market, like a ton of volume, but we're being a little bit greedy here, so it might take a while to actually get there. And in the meantime, we can reforge all these. So what this thing does is if you've got 3 items of the same quality and the same type, you can re-roll the stats on them, basically. Oh, whoops. So you can see here I'm like losing all my rings, and in return we get a bunch of unidentified versions. Now it will re-roll with any number of like prefixes and suffixes. PoE girl, yep. So we control click, that identifies all these, and some of these will suck. Maybe we might get lucky with a good one. We got rarity on there. Not super great. Rarity on here. Oh, hey, we got it. Okay. So you can see here, we just finished our trade. Now we have exalted orbs, a ton of them. So now this is where I make all of my currency, or a lot of it. Once I clean up my inventory here a little bit. Alright. So the trade I normally do is breach stones. So you see here there's a really nice margin. 86 to 82 or 83. I think that we can get some breach stones at low as about 82. So what we're going to do is we've got 1364. So we can purchase 16. So we're going to try to buy 16 of these. So 1364, or no, 16 times 82 is 1312. And I want 16. So we'll place the order, and one of two things will happen. Either it'll go through pretty quick, or it'll kind of stay. Typically I'll do like 1 or 2 maps, and if it hasn't completed the order by then, I'll go in, I'll cancel it, I'll relist it. So this Breachstone Exalted Orb is a very hot market, and usually you can make a lot of exalts very quickly. This is how I burned through gold. But it's nice because I can basically trade about like 3 to 4k gold for an Exalted Orb, and it works pretty quick. So this is how I get like divines. Like yesterday I think I made like 30 divine, which is I think if we go to like one of the dollar markets, like the conversion to real money, it's like I don't know, $100 or something, which isn't bad for just playing a game. We don't sell gold, but I like to use it to like kind of see, you know, like how much was my time worth. Oh, this is almost good. It's got lots of damage on it, but I don't want cold resistance. Tons of life, or int, which is pretty good. I think they all suck. So I think I might re-roll this. Yeah, let's re-roll. Alright, do we have anything good? Not too great. This one has a lot of ints. Everything else sucks on it though. Nothing good. But now we have more space, so totally worth it. Fire res, lots of res, nothing super great there. Alright, that'll hold us over for a little bit. Oh yeah, what are these? I got these when I was doing a delirium run, and I didn't have enough space in my inventory, so I just kinda... nothing too great. Okay. Oh, what's that helmet? Elevore? Sometimes these uniques are actually really good. Most of them are bad, but sometimes they're good. I don't think that could be particularly useful there. It's a lot of chaos resistance, but I'd like to go for a different pair, or a different chest piece. There's one that gives you spirit, which is super good. Alright. Let's see. And now we look for another map to do. So I want to be doing rituals, because rituals, I think, are like the best. Oh! Order completed. Great. Here we go. So we take these 16, flip it around, and now I want like 85. You don't want to be too greedy on this one, because it's very expensive to relist this. There we go. Alright, and then when this completes, we're gonna make 3 times 16 exalted orbs. 48. Just not bad. You make gold faster, or more currency doing that than from actually mapping. Even at the end game. Oh right, yeah, there's a citadel over here. I didn't find a single one until 94, and now I found like 3 back to back. So it seems like I can't really make any judgments about it yet. But maybe you have to be far away from the center. Who knows? I think right now everybody is just kind of wondering, like, how do you actually find the citadels? And right now it seems like it's mostly just RNG. Right. I really enjoy breaches with Delirium because you'll very quickly get your stuff up, or you won't. I don't know why, it seems like it gets stuck sometimes and just doesn't go up. Like right now, my progress towards 2 is like stuck, it's not moving. These little, in the bottom left corner you can see there's like a little potion looking thing. That is for Delirium on maps. And it kind of tells you how many essence you're gonna get, but I don't know why on like half the maps it seems like it just gets stuck and doesn't go up. Oh, now it went up. Okay, weird. And now we have tons and tons of loot. So many spells on the screen? Yeah. This build is, it's something else. I'm not playing the same game most people are playing, I tell you that. Oh yeah, and the nice thing about this build too is you can just kind of chill and play with one hand if you want to. So, if your other hand happens to be preoccupied, such as like, you know, making like, I don't know, just like using it for just like talking or whatever, um, you know, still just chill and play. It's very nice. So like, maybe you have Oreo cookies or something with milk, and you know, that requires a hand, because obviously. So, very nice. I like it. But it takes a stupid amount of gold for this build. Like, this is such a stupid expensive build. Like, I've currently invested... I don't even know how many divines. I'd have to think. 70? Maybe? I think? Maybe more? So if you're looking for a build that's cheap, this ain't it. I don't spend too much time like optimizing these. I just kind of place it and go. They are a little scary, so I actually switch up to my other move, my long range move that attacks across the whole map. They might attack across like 2 maps at this point. It's a very long range. But sometimes I get a logbook out of here, and if it's level 79 plus, then you can fight the boss, if you're lucky. I've yet to find the boss. I'm still 0 on that one. Oh, maybe what I could do is I could just like buy logbooks from people. I wonder what they sell for. Oh, you know what else I want to try? I want to try buying those amulets, the ones I showed on screen earlier. Because I want to try my luck at getting an Astramentus. Alright. So then we just kind of rush on through here. Not sure the last unique is. He's somewhere around here. But I need that amulet. Astramentus makes this build. It doesn't make it, but like, I'll get like 3x more DPS, and everything is just gonna get completely destroyed. Plus, I'll go faster. Way faster. And then once I get Astramentus, I can actually invest in getting this other talent thing that'll make me even faster. Alright. And, in the time it took us to complete the map, our trade went through. Ooh. That's not bad. All Ellie res. Is this worth anything? Probably not. Almost. So like early on, you'll pick up a lot more loot and you'll actually care about like exalts. But towards the late game, you don't even do a trade for an exalt because it's just not worth it. And the time it takes to do a trade, you could have made more than that. Alright. Tons of exalts. Alright, and now we do another trade. So exalts back into breachstones. And let's see. 82 worked pretty well. Let's stick with 82. So let's do 1312 times 16. Oh, other way. Let's see. Wait, we can do more than that now. We now have 1540 exalts. So let's bump it up. Let's add another one. So that would be 94. Let's add another one. So 1476. Let's do that. And that's how you do it. Like, every time I do this trade, I'm gonna make, like, enough for almost a whole breachstone. So it'll just keep going up. At some point, I'm gonna run out of gold. But it's very profitable. Okay, but what I really, really want is an Astramentus. So that is from... what's the amulet called? Oh, you can't see anything other than the game, so I can't pull this up anymore. Oh well. Let's see, it can be chanced from Stellar. So we're gonna look for some Stellar amulets. We'll do normal only. And let's just try to get lucky. So I suspect that, you know what, let's limit this. Let's only look for people who are not AFK. Can I do that? I guess I could just do listed up to an hour ago. And let me go down to like... Yeah, we'll just whisper the people who've got it listed for 5. The problem is, like, on the market, people will list items like way cheap, not knowing what they're worth. And the problem is, if you whisper them, you're just gonna get ghosted. Like, they're not gonna reply to you. So it seems like 5 exalts might still be too low. No way. Let's say exalted orbs. We'll set the minimum to 5. These people listed like an hour ago. Am I just unlucky, or is it too low? I think it's too low. Fine, I'll whisper them for 7. How high do I have to go? Okay, there we go. Looks like that's about 7 exalts. So again, the reason these are so valuable, like, is just because you can chance them for an Astramentus. So basically what you do is you get one of these, you take an orb of chance, and then you explode it into nothing. And then you do that again, and you spend more gold. And that is how you... Oh! Our exalts are back. So, okay, now we take the 18. Pop the breach down in here, pop the exalt over here. And I want to sell it for... 85? Just 1530. And there we go. That'll give us a whole bunch more exalts to play with. I kind of wish that I didn't have to spend quite so much gold here for these trades, because I would be super rich if I didn't have to do that. We'll prepare another 7. Seems like 7 is the lucky amount. People will actually sell it for that. Maybe. Alright, let's do another map. I guess that we're just gonna make our way towards Lost Towers over here, because there's a citadel I want to do. Alright, let's try whispering another one. One of these people will reply. Surely. So I don't actually like doing delirium on maps unless it's like a map that's got delirium permanently on it, like this one. Just because, you know, it's buggy, it feels like. Alright, we got another one. I used to throw these out, like I didn't even pick them up in the main game because I didn't know that this one amulet just happened to be mega valuable. Alright, we'll keep going. These are my favorite type of maps too. The ones that are like nice and open. I want more of these. Just no more crypts, no ones with like really narrow passages. No trees with collision, please. I just want these ones. Big open maps. Oh, look at that. Exaltant Chaos. Oh shit, almost died. That's the thing. Like it's a little dangerous. Okay. I feel like this has got to be the best way to get an Instrumentus. Surely. Let's just keep these on us, because it seems like we might actually need them. Okay. That's like 4. We'll whisper another one. Was I the one casting lightning? This? Yeah. It's just part of my movement. You're 7 minutes away from the New Year's? Nice one, Michael. Hell yeah. I'm gonna have to limit how much trading I do. I'm gonna like lose my map from the portals. That's another thing. I would love it if they change it so that you don't lose your map when you die. Because it's so punishing already. Like, you've already lost like 10% XP, which is brutal. Like, I would have beat the next level by now if I didn't keep dying. So the fact that, like, you lose your map is just like adding insult to injury. It feels so bad. So that's something I hope they change. Another 7 exalts down the drain. The crazy thing is, I think we're making more exalts than we're spending. And we're spending them fast. Like, we're just blowing through exalts. Man, they are tanky on these maps sometimes. Another thing about this build in particular is if you run into anything at all, you get stuck. See, like that right there? I ran into it. So the way I'm actually doing my movement right now is I'm looking in the top right corner, the little mini-map. That's actually how I'm doing all my movement, because I kind of have to. Okay. Oh, it is taking damage. Okay. Ow. God, this thing is tanky. And there we go. Lots of waystones. Love it. Sit-ups, leg raises. Oh my god. You're gonna make me like... Okay. I'll hear it. I will know if I'm getting attacked. It's risky. Very risky. Oh, I'm gonna leave it like this so you can see both. So you'll know if I'm getting attacked, and then you can warn me or something. There we go, that's enough. Happy New Year over there. Almost. Oh, look at that. Currency order. Finished. That's more exalted orbs. Alright, we got a nice waystone too. These things are crazy. How are they so tanky? This is wild. 2 minutes until 2025? You're scared. Why are you scared? What's there to be scared of? Alright. Easy. Let's refresh our search for Astromenace. And we'll start whispering some more people here. Maybe we'll find someone to trade. Nothing good there. But we got some trades. Hell yeah. And then we have a currency order too, but we can't really do that while we're in the middle of a trade. Would be kind of rude. Am I playing hardcore? No, I'm not playing hardcore, but I do have a link to the build that I'm using. So, oh wait, oh, did they TP to me? Oh no, I TP'd to them. Okay, here we go. Oh man. I was waiting on them and they were waiting on me. And gone. That's how you burn 7 exalts. Okay, let me find a link real fast to my build that I'm using. Here it is. So I'm not using this exact build, but this is kind of the closest you're gonna get. I made a couple of adjustments. So for example, I went over here to get resonance, which is super nice. And I kind of want to get the jewel that gives you... there might be able to get one that gives you resonance. I really want resonance on this build, and the reason I want it is because I can then get Combat Frenzy for the cost of 30 spirit. And I like Combat Frenzy because it lets me use my charged staff without having to use Siphoning Staff. It just makes the build easier to play. Alright. It's for lazy people, basically. And I like to play this game in a very lazy way. Alright, and then we just buff all of these. Get some more 15s on here. Alright. Ooh, 44% Delirious. That's really high. Looks really interesting to try. Yeah, this build is, like, great. I don't think it's the best, but I would say that this is, like, the second best currently. But I'm sure that it's gonna get nerfed. There's a lot of people stat stacking, so expect nerfs. Also, expect broke. You will be broke if you try this build. Gloves, 7 divine. Staff, maybe 1. Ring, I don't know, like 5, 10. Other ring, maybe another 5. Chest piece, I don't even have the good one. You want a good one? You're looking at like 25, 30 divine. And then if you want a really good one, 70 divine. Helmet, I have no idea. This one's like perfect. I got it for like 8 divine, but it's gonna cost you more than 8 divine. Amulet, this one sucks. But if you get Astramentus, which we're trying to get, it's like 130 divine. Flask, 30 divine. Belt, I don't know, like 20 divine? Boots, couple of Exalted. It's cheap. You don't need movement speed. The boots are easy. So at least you've got that going for you. Everything else in the build, except for the staff and the boots, is expensive. But at least you get those which are cheap. And then, that's not all. You need this. Against the Darkness. I don't remember how many divine this is. It's not too bad. It's like maybe 10-ish. I went with extra resistance. And you want 4% increased int. That one's important. I really like the resistance on here because it means that I can basically stick all of my resistances on my jewels, and then I don't need it on my gear. Because with this build, you have almost no space for resistance on your gear. Another thing. Oh right, let me finish this here. Oh my god. So many exalts. Alright. Can I do 19, you think? 19 times 82 is 1558. I think I can. 82. Oh, I think we can do 81. I think we can do 81. Let's try that. 1539. If this goes through, I'll be very happy. More gold. Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year's to y'all. We should probably sell these greater jewelers. We don't really need them anymore. So let's do 2, 4, 82. Is that a good... we can maybe do 84. Or even 83. Yeah, we could do 83. That'll go by pretty fast, I'd hope. What else do we have here? Let's buy some more Astramentus potential thingies. Where is my thing? Here it is. Let's refresh that. I'll just get these stacks ready. There we go. my god. Great. Okay. We'll whisper some more people here. And while we do that, I guess we'll keep going. Looks like this one's gonna be a dud. So we'll use like a worthless waystone on that one. See, this, like, I like the maps that have bigger paths. These are just a little bit tricky to navigate. They don't feel super great. But this is like, I love this game. It's really good. And I can't believe that this is early access. It's so polished for being early access. So I think like with a couple balance patches, it could be amazing. Like, I am like 90% sure this build is going to get nerfed. It's way too strong. You can kind of see the way that I move too, is I'll kind of like move, not always in a straight line. And the reason for that is because it helps me kind of avoid getting too stuck on things. You think it's better than the last time you saw it? Yeah. Basically, every time you see me play this build, it's going to be stronger than the last time. So I'm missing Astromentis, which is going to improve my speed by maybe like 30–40% movement speed. So I'll be going way faster. It's also going to like triple my DPS, and it's going to make me tankier. So it'll be a lot easier to not die. But the build is currently, like, with this kind of investment, it is strong enough to clear basically all of the content and not struggle too much. Like, you'll still die sometimes to one-shots from bosses, but you can kind of destroy everything before it's a problem. I haven't tried Arbiter of Ash yet, but I kind of want to. You've played over 10,000 hours of PoE 1? That's a lot. Have you tried PoE 2 yet, Natsuki? Personally, I've really been enjoying it. Okay. I'll go this way. Just kind of shred absolutely everything. Alright, now we just one more. Alright, looks like that person didn't reply, so we'll go and we'll send some more whispers. You just installed it? It's fun. Alright. Oh, look at that! It's almost finished! That is another crazy profit. We'll probably sell those for maybe 4 profit, you think? So that'll be almost an entire divine in profit. It's kind of absurd. Let's whisper the next person. Someone here has got to have what I'm looking for. Come on, let me gamble with my chance orbs. Alright, we might have to go for 8 exalts. I think they might be getting sold out at 7. What? I don't know what that kanji means. And of course it's Chinese, so it's not even kanji, it's just... like, I don't know. I don't know what they're saying. Alright. We'll do this one. Lots of them this time. So I'm gonna go with... It's already dangerous. No deal is probably something like that. So let's make it more dangerous, because danger is fun, and danger is dangerous. Last level, when I was level 93, going for 94, every 10% I would die. I'd get to like 65%, and then dead. Back to 55. Get back up to 65, dead. Just over and over and over again. And I didn't break out of that cycle until I got my flask. Because before, what would happen is if I got stunned at all, like that would have been death. But now, I get like, you know, maybe a third of a second where I can pop a potion and hopefully not die. Oh, and also, this build is very laggy. So you end up lagging the game server. I've been disconnected a few times just because of the sheer amount of lag from killing monsters way the hell too fast in breaches. And you'll notice that sometimes, like, the game server will just start slowing down. So that's fun. It happens. You know how it is. Holy shit, I almost died there. I might have broken the game at this point. Not yet. Not yet. There's still more to go. You play a lot of minion spec? You know about lag? Yeah, I have a minion build as well. But I like this one because this build is very zoom. Very fast, and I like going fast. Alright, here we go. Let's try not to die. Please, oh god, don't die, oh god! Holy shiza. Okay. Almost died a few times. Okay, almost died again. Alright, this is dangerous. Good lord. Can we... Okay, let's kill the guy. Okay, there we go. So, delirium causes death, is what I've found. I don't know what delirium is doing, but I know that when I play with delirium on maps, I tend to die very fast. So I think the solution for that is Astramentus, and that's why I'm trying to go for that. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh no! Oh. Windowed mode. Fun times with windowed mode. I hit the top of the screen. Oh man. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. This is great. Everything's working as intended. You know, I kind of play PoE too, the way that I code. Everything's fine. It's just, it works. The lag. Yeah, that's because I was grabbing my screen, my window. And PoE is really good about that. Like if I hit escape, it will actually pause the game. I need my own private shard. I do. But this isn't the worst build, okay? There's a worse one. I don't do infinite DPS. I can't just crash it on a whim. There is another build. It's a sorceress build. It's a very special amulet. And you just stack a crit chance. And if you stack it too high, you'll crash the game. Because you end up with like infinite shocks and infinite damage, which is higher than a big number. Oh god. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. This is good. Great. The profit though, like running this delirium thing with breach is wild. Because you end up getting so many splinters and so many, all of the everything. Oh god. I gotta move, I gotta move. It's too dangerous. Right, we're fine. Shouldn't the lightning give some type of protection? It does. Right, like, the idea is I kill them before they kill me. And I have this crazy AoE, So it spams kind of like 2 maps. So the idea... Oh, and this is a melee attack, but I have a lot of range, so I can basically attack them from across the map with melee. That's kind of how the build works. And the more I stack ends, the bigger my range, which is super cool. Alright. Sometimes you'll get lucky and you'll be able to get like 10 of these or more on a map, which is kind of wild. Because as you can see, you can just, there's like so many mobs. So you get like a nice big open map with breach on it. Oh, it's so good. Very, very strong. And if you want like high movement speed for this too, and like big map clear, because the movement speed, oh shit, that's gonna kill me. Okay. Movement speed helps you actually get around the whole breach before it closes. And it looks like we got lucky here. I think this can be like 10 breaches. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to do all of them because I might die. God, no, shit. Okay. As you can see, very dangerous. But that's because I ran it with the thingy, which makes it more dangerous. Delirium. But that's kind of my life. Now we're back to 45 again. But baby steps, yeah. Oh, hold on, my audio just died. That map was great. Yeah, I really liked that map. And I really wish that they would change this so that you don't lose your map when you die. Because it's bad enough as is, right? Let me fix my audio real fast here. Man, I'm still shaking a bit from that. That's it's fun, but definitely they've got to improve that experience there. And as soon as I get more mana, then I'll stop dying. It's just right now it's still like very squishy. Okay, let's see here. Let me fix my audio. If I go to settings, give me one sec here. Alright, test. There we go. A glass cannon, very much so. Oh, let me reset my music too. This is a, yeah, I mean, it's not meant to be a glass cannon build. It's just, until I finish the build with all the gear, it's a bit glass cannon-y. Alright, let me also whisper someone, because I want to buy some more of those amulets. And to add more salt to it, now it has nothing on it, so we'll just throw one of these on it. You'll see just how much different it is. It's like significantly easier. Right, so like now nothing can touch me and it's basically just like GG, right? This is like a standard map. So Delirium, kind of insane. But I try to avoid Delirium if I'm trying to level. Kind of. I mean, nowadays I'll play it anyways, just because like you get the splinters and it's like so valuable. Let's go ahead and whisper the next person. See, like, I'm not even worried. On this map, like, I'm not worried at all. There's like no danger. I've also died a lot more in the last 2 days. So I think last time I streamed I had like 48 deaths, and now I'm like at 80, 81. But yeah, we gotta get Astramentus ASAP. It seems like 7 is no longer working for the amulet. People just are not responding. Might have to go up to 8. Let's do 8 then. There's a couple other things too that'll make it even harder. So something I like doing is I like to exalt my maps, because you'll either get more rarity or you'll get more waystones. And with the delirium on it, you want a ton of waystones, so that way you only run the delirium maps. Have the rest? Alright, take care, Beef. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Have a great new year. Yeah, you too. There's also a lot of backtracking in PoE2, so people have mentioned that, right? So it would be nice if there didn't have to be quite so much backtracking, or if it didn't take quite so long to get around the map. But that's kind of why you want a build that's like really fast. So the popular builds right now are ones that give you crazy movement speed like this one, or having like an instacast teleport everywhere build with like Temporalis is really strong right now as well. But Temporalis might get nerfed in some ways. Man, these people aren't replying even at 8. This is crazy. Okay, maybe one of those will reply to us. Alright, so now we've got 19 breach stones, so we just convert those into exalts again. 85? You think we can do 85? I think we can. Let's try 85. And there we go. That's a nice... what is that? 76 profit? And for regular 15s, I just do that. Yeah, let's bump it up. Let's get some more rarity on there. I think if they don't have delirium, I can go ahead and make them super dangerous, and it should still be fine. It's mostly just bad if they've got delirium and all that other stuff on them. You know what? Let's keep these out of the inventory. Just keeps my face a little bit more good. There we go. Man, they're not replying even at 8. What is going on? Oh, here we go, finally. There's no way y'all are also buying these, right? Hopefully. Alrighty. There we go. And gone. Ritual. This is my favorite. So, I know a lot of people, they don't actually like Ritual, but I think Ritual is the best map mod. And the reason I think it's the best is because it's very fast, very easy to do, and it seems like there's an okay chance to get Audience of the King or other very valuable omens. So the way I like to do it is you try to kill a couple mobs on top of the ritual place. It'll give you more of the points. But it can be really tough with this build in particular because you kind of just AoE everything. So nothing lives long enough to get on top of the little spot. Here it is. So if I just kill them on top of it, then I'll get more points whenever the ritual begins. Because what will happen is all of the mobs I kill on top of this area will come back. So you can see there, boom. Okay, we kill a bunch of stuff, we get a few points. Audience with the king. That right there is very valuable. It's like 6 or 7 divine, which is a lot of currency in this game. So if you get one of those, you're pretty much set and you can do most builds, just one of them. And this is the third one I've seen. I have no investments into the ritual thing yet. So it seems like it's an okay drop rate, but you do kind of have to target the rituals, and it's really hard to get the precursor tablets, which are items that you use on the towers, to get those. So there's a few things you can do. You can make sure that any ritual map you run is like super juiced. There's a couple delirium things you can do to get extra precursor tablets, but I just try to run all the rituals that I can. And I might try the boss. Maybe. Kind of dangerous. Let me go ahead and whisper some more people here. I'm gonna try to get some more of those amulets. Alright, I need another ritual. We've killed all the mobs, but we have 2 more rituals to find. I think I need at least like 1 more. Oh no, I'm killing everything too fast. Come, get on the ritual altar thing. And then just blast it and go around in a circle. Everything's dead. Oh, something else. I would love to see this change. When I have this open, I want it to pause. This should be the same as escape. The game should pause if I'm the only one in here, because I've died so many times, or at least once, because you know, I was like trying to select my reward, and then like some mob hit me, and I died, and that feels very bad. Alright. So I kind of want to do one more. Oh, no, I don't, actually. I thought about it. No, I don't. So sometimes what you can do is you can get enough points to re-roll, and if you re-roll, then you get like a bunch of new things. So you can like defer an item, re-roll, defer it again, and it'll be even cheaper. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to go to 10 exalted orbs. It's getting pricey. Alrighty. So now we have a ton of exalts, and I guess we'll trade at 81 again. Maybe we can do 20. So if it's 20 times 81, 1620. A little bit of mental maths. Something I like about this game a lot, actually, is I feel like it encourages you to do a little bit of mental math if you enjoy trading. I'm a fan of that personally. Alright. Got some 14s, I'll stick them over here. You can trim my armor for me. That's very thoughtful, Silly Laird. I didn't realize trimming was in this game as well. I thought that was only in RuneScape. It's very nice of you. I'll have to take you up on that offer sometime. I'm sure nothing bad will ever happen to my items, For free. Wow, what a pal. It's so kind of you. Alright, well, one of these people has reply. Wait, what? Oh, it's like in their 5 exalt tab and they raise the price. I see. Hope you know you're joking. You are? I had no idea. Alright. And then we have this. Alright, let's try it out. And we take it, and we use an orb of chance, and it goes from something to nothing. Awesome. I really want to know what the rates are. Let's get another one. Let's blow up another amulet. One day I'm gonna get it, like chancing for a witch hunter or mage blood, right? Like, I almost feel like it can't be that rare. I don't think it's meant to be that rare. So, I suspect that it's only like 130 divs because everybody wants it. But I suspect, what is the speaking of salvation thing? I suspect that the chance is actually pretty good. So I'm spending 10 exalts, right? Per try, or about 20 because an orb of chance is, I think like 3.5? Oh, actually it's like 13, 14. So if we're spending like, let's say we spend 15 exalts, right? And let's say we can do like a 120 exalts. So we're looking at like what's that? Times 4 is going to be 68, so about 8 tries per divine. So as long as it's more than 0.1%, we're good. And I doubt it's that rare. Oh shit, they're more expensive than I thought. Okay. About 20 exalts per attempt. Let's see. What rate do we want? We want 7.75, right? So times 4. So what is that? This 4 is 28 plus, what's that, 31, I think? So given a 31, I want 4? Yeah. If I do 62, I want 8. I always go for a good deal. Like, whenever I trade, I'm not that impatient. I will wait a little bit. I will gladly wait. So every trade I do, you gotta make a little bit of money. Look at that, another currency order done. I'm losing gold, aren't I? Yeah, 2.4. Yeah, we're definitely going down on gold. The problem is, like, the trades are too fast. I can't map fast enough to keep gold in my pockets. And I'm running at, like, 200% rarity find right now. And rarity find affects currency currently. It's kind of broken. I guess we can't get both of those. Lightning damage immunity. We do lightning damage. This is fine. Let's go this way. Wait, I gotta make sure I get the big one. Pretty sure it's important to get the big ones there. Oh shit. So I actually switched to this attack. Oh god, yeah, you see that? Oh shit. Okay, lightning immunity was a bad idea. Terrible idea. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Oh shit. Don't recommend. Don't recommend. I was thinking, you know, yeah, we got some lightning pen. This will be fine. This was not fine. Definitely not fine. Oh, logbook. I need that. Why is it not dying? What the hell? This is crazy. Okay, what if I do this one? Oh my lord, this thing's like tankier than the freaking last boss of Breach. Well, it'll die eventually. Or I'll die. One or the other will happen. Okay, it died. Well, at least I got an expedition logbook. Okay. New plan. Let's just not fight lightning immune mobs that are like super duper immune. That's a terrible idea. Why did I do this? Okay. We're just gonna run. It's one of those things, it's like, you know it's a bad idea, and then you do it anyways. So that's what that was. I knew from past experience, this probably isn't gonna go well, but I was thinking, I've got lightning pen, they're just zombies. What's the worst that can happen? Oh shit. Oh god. Oh, okay, we're so screwed. I can't get out. Oh, okay, we're fine. Logbook. Need the logbooks, need these chests. Excuse me, getting loot. Alright, we're good. So, something other people run in this build. Wait, what? Should have been 15. No, thank you. Yeah. We're finding them for 7. We're not gonna buy it for 15. Come on now. We don't do that. Trying to give us a bad deal. That's not how we do it here. We don't take bad deals. We'll get it for 10, or we'll get it cheaper. That's what... 83% delirious. You remember that map I died on earlier? This one's 83% delirious. I don't know what that means, but I do know it means death. So that's gonna be fun. Alright. So we'll move those. We have another logbook to do. Decided for the logbook. This... Oh, look at that! See, that person wanted 15. This person wants 8. Oh hey, look, this person also wants another 8. Let's do that one too. Alright, and we take them, and we turn them into nothing. One of these days, though. One of these days. Like, I bet it's like, what, a 1% chance? Hopefully. Alright, take the breach stones. And we turn these into... What do you think we can get up? 85? Yeah, we can do 85. So what's that gonna be? 1700, I think? 85, there we go. More profit. Man, that is so... We're getting like 80 exalts. Like, just nothing. It's amazing. Did I finish this area? I think I did. Yeah. Cool. Rituals next. Scary. I'm gonna make it a scary one. Boss irradiated? Why do I do this? Okay, actually, you know what? Let's not make those ones too scary. We'll do a scary-ish one. There we go. Audience with the king again. Okay, we have to get 4,000 points. If I know where the things are, maybe I can lure a bunch of mobs on top, explode them on top, and we might be able to hit 4k points, if we're lucky. I just have to find all of the ritual altars before I kill everything. Which is easier said than done. We go through here, nothing too much. How about over on this side? See, now I'm using like the big map. Oh, here we go. Great. We'll just walk around. Hey guys, come on. Let's go, let's go. Okay, 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 okay. Getting a bit too close there. Come on, mobs. Into the thing. Let's go. This is nice. We're not doing any delirium, and so they're not too scary. Very cute little mobs. Alright. Come on. More, please. Let's go. Into here. Into the little altar. We're gonna sacrifice you to Baal or something. Alright. I think that's how this works. 1430. Maybe. We might get there. Alright. Another 80 exalted orbs for us. I hope eventually we get like a control shift click or something, like control right click, where we can just take all the things from there and just shove them into our storage. It would make it so good. Alright, so we want breach stones, and we want at least 20 of them. But I think we can do better. We have 1720, right? So we should be able to do 1701 or 21. Alright, let's look for another ritual. What do I usually do in this channel? A lot of times I'll stream my development of Foony. So it's a casual multiplayer game site that I've been working on for about 4.5 years. And then these last few streams, I've been kind of extending the stream after my normal stream with some gameplay of some PoE. So I'm playing this like extremely OP build right now. It's just like your typical stat stacker build with help, like a Hand of Wisdom in action and some other stuff. Okay, I'm gonna try to bring a few more monsters in because I need more points to try and get my my item, my key to do the boss. I might try this boss. I don't know what the boss does. I've never seen the fight. And it's extremely expensive to attempt. So, what the heck? We might as well try. I've got to do it at least twice to make rituals more valuable. 2573. Okay, so I need at least another 1,000. I don't think I can really get the mobs over here. So we might not be able to afford it, but that's fine. We can always defer it. It'll have to show up next time, most likely. I think we're just a little bit shy. So we'll defer it. Confirm. Reroll again. Nothing good. Alright, let's see. And that's the boss. This is so broken. The build is very much a, like, you know, someone's gonna get got. Either we're gonna get them got, or they're gonna get us. One of two things will happen. Very glass cannon, very fast, very zoom. Alright. Let's see if anyone else will sell us an amulet for like 8 exalts. I might get lucky. Might not. Hey, look at that. Got a cheap one. So, what I'm trying to do here with this, oh wow, they even have delivery. So, why is this amulet worth so much? Like 8 exalts? Well, the reason why is because you can take it. You can take one of these orbs of chances on it, and you can disappear it, like that. And that is why it's 8 exalts. If you're really lucky, it'll turn into like a unique amulet, and what I'm going for is an Astramentus, which is worth 130 divine, which is like very valuable. But it's rare. And this seems to be the way that people are getting Astramentus. Let's try getting another one. Oh, look at that. I don't know if we're supposed to wait for them to trade us whenever you're buying an item. I suspect you are. That's kind of what I do. Let's see. Hasn't gone through yet. I might have to bump the rate up to 82 exalts. Alright, we're out of money for a second. 47 delirious, it's so good. Alright, we'll hold it there. And the nice thing is I have like so many of these. If anyone wants some, like, feel free to just come and grab them. Like, I don't need all these. I'd be happy to give some away. Alright, let's see. So we have a tower. I love towers because this is what I use my lower waystones on. And you get so many of these low waystones. And when you've got like the passive for Delirium, you can just kind of actually get some value out of the towers. You just go here, and now you've got basically free Delirium on your maps. The other way to get this is you can apply it from Essence, but the only Essence really that it's worth doing on is like the cheapest one. And the reason you want this on your maps is because it makes it way more dangerous, and that way you can lose XP and it'll take you longer to level up. The other reason is because you'll get these splinters and the precursor tablets. I don't care so much about the precursor tablets for Delirium, I just like the splinters. Each splinter is worth like a bit more than an exalt, so it's a very, very valuable thing to add onto your maps. But it does make them like 1,000 times more dangerous. So if you're dying in your maps, don't put Delirium on them. You're just gonna die more. Alrighty. And that's a tower. I don't actually mind the towers too much. A lot of people don't like them. And I didn't like them on a minion build. I do think they should change. Because on the minion builds, like if you've got like Arsonist, which like lobs something, then they're not gonna hit inside of like the little circle spots, because they'll hit the door. So it can be real frustrating on certain builds. So I would love to see that changed. Alright. And there we go. Now we can actually see the citadel somewhere. It's a bit tough to see. It's somewhere around here. I thought... Augury is awful. What is all these cigarettes? I saw it somewhere. There it is. Iron Citadel. See how hard that is to see? So, if you haven't found one of these citadels yet, it might just be that it's really hard to see. But they're also very rare. So I found one there. There's another one somewhere over here. It's like here-ish. Or not. Maybe it was farther up. I found like 3 of them. And the map sometimes bugs out and lets you like not go too far. I'm not sure. I think that's just a bug. I think they'll fix it eventually. But anyhow, I'm gonna call it for now. It's extremely late. I've been streaming for quite a while. Yeah, normally I work on foony. And every once in a while I'll play games. I might play more PoE too. It just depends. It depends on analytics and whatnot. I like streaming both. Alright, let's find someone to raid. Have a good night. Thanks, Natsuki. You too. Alright, who should we raid? We can either raid someone in PoE 2, or we can raid what we normally do, which is software and game dev. If I do same category, is it going to do PoE 2 now? It is. Okay, go figure. Great. Well, I don't want to do that. Hardcore Classic. Oh yeah, I also have a Hardcore Classic WoW character. So I could stream that too at some point. But I've been enjoying PoE 2 a lot, so that's why I've been doing that one. Okay. I'll switch it back over to software and game dev. Maybe that'll help me find the right category. Now if I do same category, there we go. All right. Let's see. Chris is on. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, take care, y'all. Happy New Year's. Wow, quite a few viewers still, even for PoE. Take care.